Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We are live here for episode 16, The Hunt, as just a collection of unlovable misfits who have all sworn their soul to me, the GM. Now, we are actually down 2 players tonight. We are unfortunately missing Durgus, played by Jensen, because it's his birthday today. I'd say wish him happy birthday in the chat, but he's not there because he hates us. We are also missing the fantastic Travis Willingham, who we were once again really hoping we could get, but unfortunately we didn't. Instead, I hear he is off getting his COVID vaccine, which obviously is fantastic news. We hope he has no side effects, and we encourage everybody to go and get themselves vaccinated. In the meantime, we're going to catch ourselves up with what happened last week, and because I was a bit slow and a bit of a dum-dum and didn't give anybody time any chance to prep, I'm actually going to be doing the recap. So bear with me as I go through my very extensive GM notes and give you a little summary of what you may have missed or what you just may forget from last week. So we picked ourselves up in the city of Farrick, kind of the first major settlement outside of this large republic that the players have come from, after their adventures around this island, chasing and trying to deal with this circle of cultists who they believe are in league with their original nemesis back right at the beginning in Storia. In Farrick, their plan was to meet with an ally of Natara by the name of Yaria and to hand off a child, an orphan of her order, to Yaria for protection, which they managed to do so in a place known as the Skywatcher, where the citizens of Farrick, who live in this kind of apocalyptic doomsday cult existence, can go and see this kind of precipice or point in which they believe the end of the world will eventually explode from. Meeting Yaria there, she agrees to take the child off their hands, as well as to do some digging into where exactly these cultists, led by an Argo Blin, may have gone to. They then depart, do a little bit of shopping around the town, and also check in with a specific trading company who do a lot of business in the area, seeing if they could dig up any leads on another kind of investigation that they're running into the whereabouts of an Orello Spine, a dwarf who was supposed to have killed someone in his hometown. Returning to their ship, they spent the night, following gaining all the paperwork and things to legally take a hold of the ship they have renamed the Cutlass, before in the morning receiving, I suppose, the boons for their investigation. The trading company arrived fairly early to inform them that nobody by the name of Orello Spine had departed. However, someone else under the name of Spine had, on board of a ship heading towards Peak, which is a small island to the north, then south to the island of Langland, and then finally back west towards New Haven and kind of their original beginning island of Middenfair. Beyond that, they couldn't get any more information out of said individual just because the records didn't exist. Eventually, Yaria also appeared, though she was a little bit more flustered as she expressed that she had been chased and watched and followed for trying to gather the information she had for the party. In particular, she had investigated a number of the officials working at the large port in Farrick, as well as some of the kind of teamsters and dock workers who are more on hand to see ships, and she reported that a pleasure cruise owned by the Anjakovin family, a family of kobolds from Langland, had been seen recently around Farrick. Not too out of the ordinary, except that it had very quickly gone north to where the party imagined the cultists had been, and then very quickly swept south again, as if heading home, which is a little bit of unusual behaviour since pleasure cruises are normally a lot longer and a lot slower. With this information, the party decided to leave Farrick and head south towards Langland to see if perhaps they could pick up on the trail of this pleasure cruise. The journey itself passed relatively uneventfully, except for the fact that just off of the kind of northern shore of Langland, they discovered a man who had been chained to a rock, who was being kept as part of some kind of deal made with a previous ship by a group of harpies, I believe they were, yes. The man, as it turned out, was in fact an old acquaintance of our wonderful Baron, who was not really sure of himself. He was very unawares of everything. He seemed quite tired, very unwell. It seems he'd been out in the sun and above the sea for at least a few days, which is no good on anybody's constitution. Even so, they managed to get him to safety and found out that he had been trying to track down Baron's brother somewhere to the north where the sun doesn't shine. Still, leaving that little plot hook alone, they decided to carry on with their journey since they were so close to their final destination of Langland. Heading around the island, they landed and found what was essentially an expansive manor, or an expansive mansion, if you will, of great wealth belonging to the Kobold and Jacobin family, who were some of the original nobility involved in the colonization eastwards from Middenfair. On this island, they found great estates and kind of large, sweeping fields of orchards in particular, which were being run by things they called drones, which appeared to be these strange kind of archaeo-magitech devices which operated kind of small menial tasks around the manor, allowing the Anjacovans themselves, a collection of kobolds, along with their furbolg butler, groundsman, attendant, any of those words, seneschal was his official title, more time to pursue perhaps their own hobbies, and they were welcomed into the home of the Anjacovans by the master of the household, in particular one Lord Darek Anjacovin, who basically they interviewed about a possible connection to these cultists, wondering what had happened with the ship. He seemed unawares of these people, and in particular of any kind of strange cultist behaviour on the island of Langland, though he admitted that there had been cults previously that perhaps might have been an interest to the party, and even agreed to show them one of the sites that they might be very interested in, so long as they came on a hunt with him. And the party had just agreed to that, as the daughter of one of the Anjacovans had walked in, and had seemed very interested in the appearance of strangers. And that, I think, is pretty much everything event-wise. There was a couple of bits and pieces here and there, but unless the players think I've forgotten anything or got anything horribly wrong.
Just the field of orchards, really. I note that this is a...
That was a reference to a previous statement made by one of the players regarding his own field of orchards.
This sounds like fake news. Anyway, let's continue. Let's move on very quickly.
I'm sure it is. But that is where we will be kicking ourselves off, right where we left up, in the home of the Anjacovans, in the office in particular of... in the office in particular of Darek Anjacovin, a fairly small, by relative standards of this great Gothic manor, private room in which the Anjacovin lord works from a desk surrounded by his books, his tomes, a number of knickknacks and paperweights and things like that, whilst the guests are allowed to recline or sit on reading couches. And just as kind of Lord Anjacovin has finished talking and you guys seem to have accepted being his guest for the night before you head off to hunt tomorrow, as mentioned, a rather lithe, but certainly not timid, Kobold has just entered in her neat, if somewhat now grass-stained outfit, staring at you with these big, wide, yellow eyes as she kind of looks between you, having just said, "Guests? I love guests." She scampers in very quickly afterwards, taking a place to the side of the room, though angling herself to be more clearly on her father's side. And do you
Geronimo. Oh, sorry. Geronimo, as if like melding into the shadows, almost kind of like slips his way past the furniture, kind of over to her, and kind of gives her a sort of thumbs up and goes, "Hey, my name's Toast. Who might you be?"
Who might I be? She turns to look at the older kobold, who is currently stroking his long grey beard, which hangs down from his jaw, as he looks between you, Geronimo, and his daughter. She then turns back to you very quickly as she folds her hands neatly behind the small of her back. "I am Drissa? And did you say your name was Toast?"
"Yeah, that's right, Toast. It's a pleasure to meet you, Drissa. You got a very pretty name."
"Thank you." She smiles and kind of bats her eyelashes slightly, before looking still a little bit confused. "But Toast, your name is actually like, as in the thing I have for breakfast."
It's more like a nickname. It's sort of the thing that we sort of do in Cargill. You ever been there? It's the Gnome City of Excellence. There's so many great things. You got the wheelhouse. You got the engineering shop. You got the fairground. But most importantly, the culture. Oh, it's beautiful.
It sounds wonderful. Perhaps you will have to tell me over breakfast. And she leans in very closely as she says that. Kind of stares you right in the eyes for a moment, and then immediately turns to the others. And your friends, they are?
Geronimo looks back towards his buddies and kind of like gestures with his eyes, like raising the eyebrows like up and down a little bit. It's to sort of like suggest that they should probably introduce themselves, and he's not going to do it for them.
Baron kind of remains slouched in one of the reading couches. I'm Baron Blackwind. He just gives her a nod, looking towards everyone else.
Brannon, are we really doing this again?
Drissa looks somewhat confused as she peers towards her father, and Derek nods his head slightly as he goes, yes, Drissa likes to introduce. You'll probably have to do this a few times if you meet all my daughters separately.
Well, as I said, Brandon, and he'll give a quick nod.
She looks very quickly over, to Natara, before I rudely interrupted.
Natara just nods her head, says, I'm Natara.
And you, she looks down towards the rather pouty, red-faced dwarf. I'm Durgus! And at that, I am never going to roleplay Durgus again this session.
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, that was totally unprepared, and I'm sure it shows.
Did someone just do an impression of Durgus?
Yeah, they might have done. She nods her head before looking between kind of all of you. And where have you all come from?
Oh, we came from Farrick, at least most recently. Or did you mean in the more origin sense?
No, Farrick is good. You can tell me about Farrick. We can talk about origins later, over dinner. You will be staying for dinner, won't you?
I believe so.
Fantastic. And you can tell me about your origins, and you can tell me about this wheelhouse. She kind of looks back to Geronimo as she says this. Do they make carts there? Are you a cart maker by trade?
No, they don't make carts. What they do make, though, is the best thing you'll ever taste in your life. It's pastries. You know, the most succulent sort of pastries you can ask for. Muffins, croissants.
And you wouldn't have to have any such succulent things with you now, would you?
Oh no, that's why I'm out here. I'm looking for something that's even better than the wheelhouse. I don't keep that sort of stuff on me. If I did, I'd be eating it.
Oh, well, perhaps we can find it at some point, maybe over dinner. Then with that, she gives you a little wink and then turns and begins to skip towards the door.
Is it me or is she flirting with me? I mean, he kind of lowers his voice a little bit and kind of looks back towards the others and goes, was it me or was she flirting with me? Does she want to eat my pastry?
She's flirting. That's a euphemism. She don't want to eat your pastry. She wants to eat something else.
Okay. And Geronimo kind of like gulps and kind of moves away from from where she left you.
Well, she makes it to the door, turns around, gives a kind of courteous bow of the head before sliding out and skipping away. You can kind of hear the pad of her feet as she does so. Meanwhile, Derek, the older kobold, looks between you and just shakes his head slowly. I trust you will treat my daughters with some respect, and additionally that means telling them when they've gone too far. I love them very dearly. They are ladies of the household, but they are also old enough to be a handful, and cooped up in this island, we want for very little, and yet they still want for very much.
Well, I'll try and be as honest as possible, your lordship. I don't want to, upset your daughters at all. I'm a very nice gnome, but yeah. And he kind of nods, trying to avoid from digging the hole any deeper.
The elderly kobold actually nods his head almost approvingly, as if you've said something he appreciates, tapping his cane slightly. Just the words I'd like to hear from a future son-in-law. And he gives you also a little wink that this one is more jovial than perhaps the flirty one you received before he looks over to Rodolphus, the furbolg. Rodolphus, my good man, find each of them a room, preferably next to each other, I assume. I shall take that as a yes. Preferably next to each other. We haven't opened up the guest wing in quite some time, so perhaps there. Rodolphus gives heavy bow of the head, waiting to see if there are any more instructions. Perhaps prepare the boiler. They may want hot baths tonight, and lay the half table, if we will, for dinner. Is there anything else from any of you?
I don't mean to be rude or anything, but do you have a library of any sort?
Any particular kind? We have the public library, we have my private library, we have the forbidden library.
He kind of just pulled back a little bit by that. Forbidden library? Sorry.
A leftover from when the family first built the mansion. There are mostly family records, accounts, journals, diaries. When the family was somewhat more private about their affairs, the Forbidden Library is where personal family history would go. There's a great deal of it, some of it in Draconic, but for a long time we've been very open about our past. It's not actually forbidden.
Oh, well, in that case, actually, that sounds rather interesting, especially if they could find anything on when they originally came here, but we can talk about it later.
Over dinner, perhaps?
Sounds good.
Wonderful, in which case, nothing else? Good. Good. I shall leave you in the capable hands of Rodolphus. And the Furball gives another bow before moving to the door and kind of opening it for you to allow you all exit back into the kind of main hall and grand staircase area that you would use to get in.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to do an eccentric bow of sorts, sort of like, arms splayed up in the air with his left hand over his breast and sort of like, just bowing like, thank you for your hospitality, your lordship. I really appreciate it.
He gives another curt kind of nod of the head, seemingly appreciative and quite happy to let you go on your way. Cool. Led out by Rodolphus, you are taken up this kind of grand staircase before taking a right and sweeping up onto the landing of the second floor. He leads you along, gesturing up at portraits and paintings as he goes, just announcing who these people were, just a kind of list of names and titles and different numerics as to which kobold in the long family line they might be. All very dry, boring stuff. He gestures at a few dented pieces of armor as having been relevant in some great foray against a certain native population. It sounds a little bit, colonial and genocidey, but he seems quite proud of it. Before moving to another double set of doors, which he pushes open to reveal a very dark, barely lit hallway that is just filled with this musty dust. There are sheets over all of the furniture. There's a large clock, evidently, that's been covered up, a couple of sofas which also have been covered up, and all of the paintings appear to have some kind of thin paper over the front of them to protect them from dust. I apologise for the state of things. As the Lord mentioned, we don't really open this wing very often.
It's nothing to apologise for. We are appreciative of the hospitality.
Of course. One moment. With that, he gives a little snap of his fingers, and as he does so, you notice from his fingers this kind of spark of fairy fire illuminate and then rise up in these kind of twirling orbs, eventually taking their place atop some of the chandeliers, moving between each of the candles and lighting them, until eventually the full hall is illuminated again by proper candlelight, and the orbs fade into nothingness. He leads you forwards, the staff he carries still tapping gently on the marbled floor as he gestures at a few at the doors, and as he does so you can hear this faint kind of click as something unlocks. We have 5 rooms here for you that you may make free use of. They're all the same, guest wing and all. You'll find a double bed. There's a partition wall to separate you from your bathing areas. There's a balcony on these 3. He gestures to the 3 to his right, that have a lovely view out over the bay from which you docked. These 2 over here, he gestures to the other side, unfortunately do not have the balcony view. However, it is made up for with greater floor space. Is there a particular preference any of you had?
Geronimo is going to be like, yeah, I'd take the balcony. I do love a good sea view.
He just gestures to one of the 3 doors.
He's going to immediately go to one of them.
Yeah, if no one else has any particular preferences, then you are split up at random, and if it ever becomes relevant, we'll decide then. before saying, would you like a summons
Oh, what's that?
for dinner?
He kind of looks to everyone else in the pie. I suppose so.
Fantastic.
That would be lovely.
Of course. I shall be up to collect you when dinner is ready. As a word of advice, I'd encourage you not to wander around and explore. There's nothing to find, but this place is rather big, and I don't want you getting lost. We can probably do a tour at some other point. I'm sure one of the Lord's daughters would be delighted to show you around.
I think we'll take you up on that offer.
Geronimo's going to
Maybe
wink
not
this
this
time.
evening, but
The Furbolg doesn't respond to the winking before bowing his head. Excellent. As the Lord instructed, I shall prepare the boilers. You should be able to have hot baths after dinner if you so choose. In the meantime, please put your things down, rest. Dinner should be. He peers towards the open doors, which I assume Geronimo kind of opened when he went to a room, checking where the sun is outside. I imagine a couple of hours. Yeah. So, make free. And with that, he turns, kind of departs from the way he came in, though he leaves all of the doors open so you can still see out onto the balcony into the main hall. As he leaves you all to your devices.
nice.
So where after Geronimo's kind of like finished sort of putting his stuff down, he kind of tries to collect everyone and then bring them into his room. Just because obviously he's doing the collecting. I imagine no one's going to say no.
Nope, Brennan will come.
Cool. And when everyone's inside, he's going to look around them and go, so I was just thinking, if we're here and, you know, we're staying here, shouldn't somebody probably tell the crew that we ain't coming back to the ship anytime soon?
I'm sure they'll be aware of what's happening when we don't return tonight, but it's probably worth going down and letting them know.
Yeah, but what if they think we've been eaten? You know, the kobolds, the sort of miniature dragons. They could, I don't know, they could eat me.
Aren't they smaller than you or like the same size?
Actually, are kobolds small as well?
They're also small. They're a similar size to you. The Lord Darek is actually a little bit shorter than you and a lot thinner, only probably because of his age. The other kobold Drissa was just slightly taller than you, but again, far thinner. She just seems to have a thinner physique, but they are very much, kobolds in general are very similar size to you.
Okay. Geronimo kind of taps his chin and goes, they're sort of the same size, but, you know, I got a lot of meat on these bones. You know, there's a lot of protein. You know, I work out. I'm so clever. I mean, there's lots of things they could get from me.
You work out.
Oh, yeah, of course. We're running all over the place. I'm walking. I'm talking. I'm putting riggings on the boat. Takes a lot of energy to, you know, heals you, to give Tank the magic to move and shoot. That sort of thing.
That's just living.
It's... Yeah, but living is work, you know? He kind of chuckles to himself.
The turtle just starts running.
Right, well, I can go and let the crew know we'll be staying here, provided they don't keep us locked in.
What about them? Should we just leave them down there?
I don't know if they'd have room for everyone else, as long as they're happy to stay down there, and I don't see why they wouldn't be able to keep themselves busy.
Well, we don't want the ship to be taken over whilst we ain't on there, just in case, you know, them cultists come round, and, you know, we need the crew. That's why they're there, obviously, to protect the boat when we ain't there.
No, I understand that. I actually was more asking because we've got our guests down there with them.
And then ain't she a friend now with the Rhodes lady friend?
I think friend might be a bit rich.
Okay, well, what's the poor example?
acquaintance that's being friendly but could stab us in the back, like there's not really much.
Yeah, that's a really long-winded way of saying friend.
I wasn't trying to.
Don't worry, Hatsy. It's okay. Don't worry. I get your meaning. Anyways, Smilesy, why don't you go tell him?
I'll head out now. And Baron will kind of lift himself up from, I imagine he'd be sat down somewhere, and then begin making his way out the room.
Yeah, certainly the rooms have plenty of sofas and chairs for you to kind of gather around and conspire as you were. No one stops you as you make your way out and basically down the very simple route to the main doors. You do spot that the Kobold notices you as you go. He appears to be working on one of the clocks in the main hall. He just gives you a friendly nod before going back to his work as you travel back down the dirt path towards the docks, where you can see from very early on the crew on top of the deck, kind of going through the basic maintenance of tying the ship up, making it safe, but also ready to go in a moment's notice. Additionally, the few drones you saw that were working on the dock to help bring your ship in have kind of gone into this strange standby mode, just waiting at designated spots on the wood planking. Climbing up onto the ship, you get a quick wave from Rolt, who scampers on over, having just tied something up with Raylith. How you doing, Baron?
Well, we've been invited to stay a night or two with the ones up in the manor. It seems, whilst they may not have any direct contact with the ones we're trying to find, they might have some links to before then.
Must be nice being you, then.
It's okay, it's a bit fancy for my liking. Hammocks do just fine, but are you going to be safe and busy enough here?
Oh, it's certainly busy enough. I mean, the ship's doing fine, but there's always more we can do. And that Swabby, he's been yelling about us helping out or something. I don't really know. And again, Raylith kind of gets him, but I think he's a bit. And as he says a bit, he kind of does the crazy signal by the side of his head. Anyways, so there's stuff for us to do here if you need us to, but we don't have to go up if you don't want us.
We can try and arrange something with the ones, with the Anjakovans, but I'm not sure if they'll have the space. But if you are left here, please take care of Casper, the man that was unconscious. He's probably going to be of some use when we get back.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Raylith and that friend of hers, they've been looking after him, and he seems in okay shape. His skin's burnt to buggery, though. He's gonna start peeling something soon, and then, whoo, it's gonna be like you had something bad here.
We're not used to the sun, us mountain folk, but I appreciate it. If we are allowed to bring you up, we'll come and get you as soon as possible, but in the meantime, I'm sure you'll know what to do.
Yeah, no problem, Baron, no problem. Enjoy whatever, yeah? With that, he kind of reaches out to shake your hand.
Yeah, and Baron would reciprocate the gesture, shaking his hand as well, giving him a nod and heading off. Probably taking a bit of a glance at some of the drones that just seem to be idle. Maybe giving one of them a bit of a prod, see if it moves.
Sure, give me a perception or an investigation.
Okay. $18.
And 18's pretty good. So you step off and kind of move your way over to one of the drones. As I've mentioned before, they're these strange kind of half, I guess naked is the term, kind of half exposed, I think is a better term, contraptions mainly made out of cogwheels and turning pieces that click with this slow, uniform regularity of devices that sound like, at least right now, they are dormant. Giving one a little poke and peering around at the others, they seem unresponsive to whatever it is you're doing, and on the outside they appear to have no real sign as to how they may communicate or function. There's nothing like a giant antenna or anything that might be receiving anything. They just seem to have this kind of low energy and thrum that suggests they are still active. And I mean, they did well enough work pulling in the ship, and additionally on the kind of sides of the hills leading up towards the large Gothic building, you can see a few more of them moving between fields and sprinkling water in different places and things like that. As you look around with an 18 on perception, you do notice that all of the ones on the dock, at the very least, all appear to be watching you. And in fact, as you move between them, it seems that these kind of little lens eyepieces do follow you. But other than that, no other real response.
Yeah, and I think he'd kind of stand there for a few moments, looking between all of them, seeing if anything else happens. But as they are kind of just watching him, just give a bit of a shrug. Carry on.
Yeah, and making your way back up to the building is an easy task, and you can quite quickly rejoin your friends. Friends, comrades, Romans. What have you been discussing?
Well, I suppose, what was the last thing we said?
There was your agreement to send, obviously, Baron down to check on the crew, and that was kind of the only thing you talked about when you first sat down.
Okay, so Jordan kind of looks at the others after Baron has left and kind of goes, so now we're here. What's the game plan? We obviously got to go on that hunt, but do we have to check out these old cultist places? I know you were looking for the library, Hatsy. Maybe I help you out by looking through some of the books too. See if we can find anything.
Aye, we could do that.
Oh, Gavin, your microphone, I think, is...
Sorry about that. Better now?
Yep, that's better.
Cool. We could do that. I thought with him having this forbidden library, especially, it seems like they've got some good records from their past, maybe on this island. And he did mention that the cultists were here before.
Yeah, maybe me and Gaggles can help you out by checking through it all.
Does anyone read Draconic? Because that's something I can't.
Geronimo is going to think. Everyone goes in that little thing real quick.
Atara's gonna go and check your no.
Her mind.
Mind.
Everyone enters their mind palace to see what they do and don't speak.
Oh no, I only know giant. Oh well, and gnomish.
No, I know Abyssal, Elvish, Gnomish, Quarry, and Druidic, but not that one.
Yeah, I ain't much help either, Hetsy. Sorry. Maybe maybe we could get the captain in. Doesn't he speak to that old that little Drake of his?
Oh,
I need to now double check what he actually speaks. I think he might actually speak it.
Let's
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Oh,
He has-
We should ask
How
him
does
in
a Drake
character.
Warden not speak Draconic? That's
Yeah,
just
what the
offensive.
fuck?
I don't know. I might actually have to check the subclass to see if he does get Draconic and he just hasn't put it in.
yeah.
Probably hasn't put it in.
I will double check that, but as I can currently see it, he has Common, Dwarvish, Gnomish, Goblin, and Halfling.
Fair enough.
So, as for now, he's going to mumble something. Oh, fucking dragons thinking I'm just because I have a dragon, I can speak dragon, or something like that.
Well, if worst comes to worst, we can always get one of either the Lord or one of his many daughters to talk.
Aye, we could get that one that wanted to eat your pastry to translate.
Yeah, could get old Drisser to help out. Oh, I suddenly went Australian.
Don't worry, there's many bad accents to come, and that may be on the list.
As for the hunt, I think if we could find some of these ruins, it would be helpful. If for nothing else, just to have a look through. What about the family? Do you trust them?
I don't know if I trust them. I ain't in the business of trusting people, but I mean, I don't know. Do you get the kind of untrustworthy vibe? I mean, they're nobles after all. Ain't they always untrustworthy?
I think that's a bit of a generalization, but it probably wouldn't be an inaccurate one.
Yeah, I mean, I've only got stereotypes to work off. I spent most of my life in Cogwheel.
Well, I mean, they were talking about how they took this place with a lot of glee, I guess, but I don't know.
Well, I suppose if I... Oh,
No, I was just going to briefly interrupt that lull in the conversation to say that Jensen is in fact a moron. He does speak Draconic. It comes with level 3 of being a Drake
Oh
Warden.
my god.
Oh my
does it?
god, of course it
Yeah,
does.
so Durgus is currently still grumbling about that, but at some point he'll remember that he
Well,
does
all of a
speak
sudden I can now speak Draconic. Wow, look at that.
it. Oh, wait.
I guess as punishment, I won't tell them until I...
Yeah, this is it. It's actually a social punishment. He doesn't want to tell you until it's desperately needed.
I just have this image of him staring into Pudge's piercing eyes and then suddenly understanding him.
Yeah, it's like when British people go abroad. You just keep speaking louder in your original language until they understand.
Don't forget slower.
Sorry.
Yeah, louder and slower until they get the picture, because you're not the ignorant one. Sure. Sorry, but to return you to your conversation.
Other than that, I don't know. I mean, the hunt sounds kind of fun, I guess.
Yeah, it's there's probably some sort of bonding session that we got to do. So
Bonding? What
Yeah,
are
you know-
talking about? This
you
isn't
know-
about your pastries again, is it?
no, I ain't talking about pastries here. I'm talking about the his lordship wanting to make sure we're okay by saying, "Hey, why don't you come on a hunt?" And we'll mano a mano kind of thing, you know.
I've got to be honest, I'm kind of wondering what he's even hunting. The island we're on, it's not that big, is it?
It's not huge, no. It's large when it comes to kind of personal land masses, but it's not vast. You could cross it in probably a day.
So I'm wondering what really constitutes a hunt other than maybe some birds.
Maybe they're hunting gnomes.
I hope not, because I'm a gnome.
I heard rumors that they were hunting gnomes.
That doesn't sound accurate, Goggles. Why are you teasing me? I'm always so nice to you.
I think one in particular kobold is hunting a particular gnome.
Exactly. See, he gets it.
Geronimo is going to quickly pull out a gun in gun form and cock the trigger and be like, "Yeah, well, she's going to have to get through this smoking barrel first."
God, don't stop that, Jake.
I'm a busy man.
Damn
I'm a
it.
busy gnome.
He's gonna murder her.
He's not going to murder
We're
her.
taking this story in a totally different direction. It's gonna be in the Farrick Gazette. Murder suicide on Langland.
Wait, what's the the quote from that thing? What's his name? The 48 Magnum thing. Oh, Clint Eastwood. Magnum.
He's actually googling it right now.
Yeah, I
Mid
got to tell you the truth and all this excitement. I kind of lost track of myself. But hold on, wait, what is that? It? Or do I feel?
yeah, that's it. That is it. It's just it's so cringy.
That is it.
Yeah. I kind of.
This is a 44 Magnum gun, the most powerful handgun in the world. Will blow your head clean off. You got to ask yourself one question: do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's also the fact you butchered the quote. Like, no, that's not the full quote. You missed out like all of the bit to do with like how many bullets he'd fired and all of that stuff. So that wasn't the full quote.
I googled it, and that's what I got.
And it was so cringy.
Anyway, that's what
The
Geronimo
44
says.
Magnum, the most powerful gun in the world. He designs a gun in this universe, but now it's suddenly... I mean, he's not wrong. It is the most powerful because it's the only one that exists.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is... Well, I mean, let's not do spoilers, but I'm kidding.
You're right, the
anyway,
law.
The lore for this game is spoiled.
Yeah. Anyway, Geronimo kind of like puts a gun away and goes, well, maybe we'll be able to ask him all these questions over dinner. They were very
I'm
explicit about that.
Sorry, I still need to ask. What's a magnum?
What's that?
It's the type of metal that I use to make gun.
I heard it was an ice cream.
Jesus Christ.
Just keep going. Just keep going. I'm writing this down.
Magnum Dark.
No, you're mistaken, Goggles. It's definitely a special type of metal you get near a cogwheel. It's the ore. It's called magnesium, and when it's smelted or melted down together with various properties, it makes magnum, which is a kind of metal. Anyways, ignore that part. I think we could probably ask all the questions that we want to over dinner. Because that's when they seem to want to talk.
When's dinner?
Well, when they announce it, we're going to be summoned.
Well, that's fancy.
Anyway, we should probably just rest until then.
Aye.
Can we take a short rest?
You can, yeah, you've got a couple of hours, you were told, so you can take a short rest, although I don't think you'll need it. I think you're pretty much just after a long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can take a short rest if you guys want to just kind of skip through until the summons.
I think so.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, so you can head back to your rooms, chill out for a bit, lie down in the luxury of declining, if not poverty-stricken, nobility. Eventually you hear the tap, tap, tap of the staff that belongs to the Furbolg as he makes his way down the hallway, knocking very politely on each of your doors before pausing in the hallway and just telling each of you as you appear that dinner has been served. We shall be having a half spread this evening. I'm sure you will enjoy. Are you all here? Everyone present?
Yeah, can I ask, what's a half spread?
Well, we shall be using the full dining room. However, we do not need all of the places, so we shall be having a half spread of the room.
Oh, so we're only spreading ourselves out half the the table?
Exactly.
It means they're setting the places on only half the table.
No, that's a pretty neat way of explaining it. Okay, lead on, friend.
Furbolg gives a nod, quite pleased by your approval of the naming technique. Perhaps he came up with it himself. Before taking you back down, and this time taking you kind of the opposite direction from the private study in which you met Derek. As you do so, you step through this grand open dining hall with almost steeped cathedral-like roof. The table long, in fact 3 of them set up vertically away from you, though none of them set. As you move down, the stained glass windows and great pulled back fabric curtains are all very much musty, as the guest quarters were, and left entirely in place as he instead leads you towards a side door. He pushes open the riveted wood of that door to reveal a room about half the size, a little bit more cramped. The ceiling is a lot lower, but still just as gilded and grandiose. Gold leaf hammered into all of these fantastic frescoes and bas-reliefs which are set around the room, illuminated glitteringly by these quite fine and elaborate candelabra, which provide view on a single great table that runs down the middle, atop a luxurious red rug. The table is set only to the halfway point, though even there is clearly way too many places set. With you guys included, and with all of the people present, that would be 4, that's 5, there's 9 of you. They have clearly set the space for about 20 people. And additionally, the table itself, bar the neat matching cutlery and plates in front of each setting, the table is filled with just this plethora of food, different roasted meats. You recognise some as being venison, you recognise some as being what looks like a great pie, you recognise another one that looks like a suckling pig, you see a great bowl of what look like braised vegetables, just this total array of fantastic foods, all smelling just this luxurious wonderfulness of very fresh fare, most likely taken from the land itself, just outside. Seated around the table at the head is the Lord Derek, who sits in the very modest kind of robe dress drab that he was wearing before, with a napkin tied quite tightly around the hem around his neck. And one of his daughters, not Drissa, a different one in fact, that you haven't seen before, is currently sitting next to him and actually helping him cut some of his food. This one, again, I've got to double check and make sure I get these the right way around. Yes, this one is a sort of pale amber, maybe slightly yellowish creature, actually with a pair of folded wings neatly behind her back. She stares almost businesslike down at the food, cutting it into very neat cubes before she turns to look at you quite quizzically with these cold grey eyes, before going back to supporting her father. Next to her in line is Drissa, who you have seen before, who immediately is all eyes on you guys as you enter. She stops, kind of mouthful almost halfway into her, forkful almost halfway into her mouth, as she just stares at you, waiting to see if you'll do something. And then finally, next to this one, there is the final kobold, which you are yet to have met. Also a yellow, though closer to gold than the pale amber that the first one was. She also has a pair of wings, and you actually hear her mutter as you enter, and Drissa looks over to you. Drissa, close your mouth. Guests, not food. Drissa checks herself, closes her mouth, goes back to finishing the mouthful. As she continues to stare, but this time not with her mouth agape. You guys clearly are allowed to sit wherever you like. They're all kind of lined up along one side of their father. You can sit opposite them. There's space for you to sit next to them if you so choose.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to sit right next to Drissa.
There isn't space next to Drissa. It would be going down one side of the. You could sit opposite. Yeah, that's quite easy.
He'll sit opposite Drissa then.
Okay.
Brandon will sit right next to Geronimo. He wants to make sure he knows what's going on there.
So you guys want to sit opposite? Basically, does anyone want to sit on the same side as the kobolds?
I think Baron wouldn't sit on the same side, but perhaps like next to the Lord.
Yeah, so that would be opposite the daughters. But right next to the Lord. Yeah, absolutely. There's space there for that. And basically I'm going to assume you're all sitting opposite then, since no one specifically wanted to be on the same side as the kobolds. Sitting yourselves down, the Lord gestures for his nearest daughter to stop cutting up his food and gives a toothy grin to all of you. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the food, the spread, the fare. I hope you love every single bite. We had it brought in this morning.
Yeah, and with that, Baron will probably, without any kind of table manner, just lean over, try and grab a handful of whatever's going, really.
Sure, you can grab some cubes of pork belly. There's some of that nearby.
Yeah, he'd probably just kind of fill up on meats and kind of stuff that he would maybe treat as a bit of a delicacy back home.
You get serving spoons?
There are spoons and everything, and there are pairs of forks and things like that for collecting. It's all kind of sitting. It's very almost banquety, and also I'm trying to think of the word. Whatever the not fancy word for all it. Buffet. It's very buffet. As Baron kind of gets straight into it, though, in that kind of hearty tribal way that he's used to, there is a quizzical look from the Lord Darek before he chuckles heartily, raises a goblet of wine. There are also beakers and goblets around for all of you, and says, "To your good health and your friend's great appetite."
And with a bit of a mouthful of food, he'd lift up a cup.
Geronimo will lift up the cup as well, and he'll not say anything, but then he's going to look inside the cup, and he wants to double check if there's anything wrong with what is in the contents.
Anything wrong?
Spiked.
You want to do the old roofie check?
Yeah. I don't know how one would do that.
Well, are you using anything in particular, or are you more just kind of going in, giving it a sniff, swirling it around to see if it behaves like wine? Is this more intuition, or do you have an actual talent here you want to use?
I mean, I don't think I have. No, I don't have a talent. I was about to be like alchemist, but then I'm not an alchemist. You're gonna
get all your alchemy supplies out and start testing it like it's the lab.
It's like, what's this going on here? Like pipette? Let's
go.
Yeah. No.
It's intuition based.
Intuition based, yes.
Okay. You can give me then either an insight or a medicine.
Definitely insight, I think.
Okay.
22. Nice.
22 is very good. So you kind of move the wine around, you give it a smell, you peer at the faces of the other kobolds in particular to see if there's any kind of change in behaviour based on the fact that you seem to be investigating your wine. From what you can tell, they're not really paying much attention to you. The Lord Darek and the daughter sitting just to his right, who was cutting his food, are intently staring at Baron, seemingly, at least the Lord, taken in quite proudly by how heartily he's getting into the food, while the daughter appears not disgusted, but perturbed by the lack of, perhaps, manners. Drissa is all eyes on you. She's still eating, and she's managing to keep her mouth shut, but she is just watching you very, very closely, and doesn't seem to have noticed you're messing with the wine, but more just seems to be watching you. And then the final daughter is about to make some conversation, though we'll get onto that in a second. The wine itself smells fantastic. Very hearty, very rich. It has a smooth sweetness that you wouldn't have expected for a red, but it's definitely there. And as you kind of smell it and move it around, you take a judge that this is quite strong. It hasn't been watered down very much, so perhaps take it in moderation. But there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with it. It doesn't appear to act in any way like it's been spiked by something. Obviously, this is going off your best guess, and there are many things that just will hide in wine, so you definitely can't say for certain. But based on how everyone's behaving, and based on at least what you can smell and see, it seems to be wine.
Cool. With that, guaranteed almost from his experimentation and intuition, Geronimo's going to just sip it normally. And as he locks eyes with Drissa, give her a polite nod and a smile.
Drissa smiles back quite widely before going back to her food, seemingly content and happy with what she's accomplished, before the third daughter down the line introduces herself. The name's Dara. Father was meant to introduce us, but he didn't. And exactly who are all of you?
Well, to summarize, we're the crew of the Cutlass under Captain Barley Brew.
I see. That little vessel down by the docks? She gestures over her shoulder towards the door.
That's the
Yes.
truth.
Yes, that's our little home.
Your ship's lovely, crew of the Cutlass under Captain Barley Brew. She kind of looks between you all, and Durgus gives a big huff as she looks at him, and he goes, that must be the Barley Brew in question.
Yeah, he's the best captain you've ever seen in your life. He's so handsome and so strong and noble and brave and powerful.
That's enough, Geronimo. I think she gets the message.
Everyone,
okay.
all of the kobolds are looking like a little bit confused as to how much you went on about Geronimo there, and Drissa's looking very, very confused as she starts to like chew on one of her lips slightly, like, wait. She's really judging you as if she's misjudged something.
And I'm the first mate, so obviously I'm just as powerful.
And the first mate has a name?
Yeah, the name's Toast.
The same confusion you saw earlier now passes over the features of the other two daughters. As in, like the breakfast food?
Yeah, that's it. It's a nickname. In gnomish culture, almost every single gnome has got a sort of nickname that they use.
That's funny. None of the gnomes I've ever met have ever used that, but if you say so.
Were they from Cogwheel?
No.
Then there you go.
So it's not a gnomish culture thing, it's a cogwheel culture thing.
Yeah, but Cogwheel's the epicenter of gnomish culture.
Oh, I think there's a number of gnomes who would disagree with you.
Yeah, but that's because they ain't from the epicenter of gnomish culture.
Or perhaps you aren't either.
I'm from Cogwheel, so I'm from the epicenter. I just can't. Geronimo kind of like just tails off and just kind of grumbles.
She smiles slightly at this witty banter, ha ha ha, before turning to Natara and saying, by the way, I just wanted to say you have the most wonderful pair of goggles.
Why, thank you.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I got them when I worked in Shade. Well, I still work in Shade, but I got them when I was last there.
What's a shade?
Oh, it's just the organisation I'm in.
I see.
It's research.
Research? And what's your particular field?
Coastlines in aquatic, marine life, and yeah.
You don't say. Well, you may have noticed we happen to be on an island, and we have a great deal of that. Have you come to look at our coasts?
Well, no, well, it's part of it.
You should see you should see the shoals off to the north. They're quite magical.
We'll have a look, absolutely.
When the sun rises in the morning, if you get a view from the other side of the forests, you can see right down across the bay, and the way the sun just manages to penetrate the water, you see this rainbow of the coral reefs.
Oh, you mean you see the colour of the corals?
Yes, it's quite clear. It's almost like a forest under the surf.
Oh, the that's how it looks like. With the
Oh,
cap and everything, that's actually what it's called. Did you know
act-
that?
I didn't, but
Called
thank
elf
you.
forest.
Ah, insightful. I'm so glad you could tell me these things. I must get a pair of goggles like yours.
Oh, I'm sure you could buy them in tinkering shops, really. Isn't that right, Geronimo? She nods at Geronimo. He has similar goggles to mine.
Yes, but yours are nicer.
Yeah, that's because hers are for the biological stuff. Mine's for tinkering. It's more bust up and dusty. It's why I call her goggles. She got such nice goggles. I do agree.
And is that your name, Goggles? Are you like him? Do you live by a nickname?
Well, he calls me Goggles, but my name is Natara.
A Tara of Shade. I shan't forget. She gives a polite smile as if she really may never forget. The final of the three daughters, the one who hasn't spoken yet, looks around and almost seems to glare at her sisters. This is all very wonderful and a lovely conversation, but you haven't introduced me yet. I am Dramina. Pleasure to meet you all. She kind of eyes each one of you up, one at a time.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for letting us know your name.
And yours?
Oh, Brannon.
Bran. Ugh. You sound so dour.
Dower? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
he is pretty dour, He ain't so chipper, but he's so clever.
Was that supposed to be a rhyme or something funny?
No, I don't speak any funnies normally. I'm just as straight as they come.
And you struggle with common as well, it seems.
Yeah, that's because my first language is Gnomish.
And how good are you at Gnomish?
I'm pretty good at Gnomish.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
She looks very disbelieving of that statement as you say absolutely.
Geronimo nods just a couple, 5, 6, 7 times, just to reassure her that he is absolutely confident in his Gnomish.
100%, I definitely am.
Just a load of flanderism.
You ain't found anybody that's better at Gnomish than me.
I see. So you wouldn't have a problem, say, with giving me a red rose in Gnomish?
Yeah, sure. And Geronimo's going to say a red rose in Gnomish. Should I get out a gnome?
No. She listens very carefully before she laughs and goes, no, you said it in Gnomish. I mean the poem.
The poem? Oh, shit. Would
Yes.
Geronimo remember this poem?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay, can I make this up?
Just fucking bullshit.
In Gnomish, he would say, "Oh, my love is like a red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like a melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I. And I will love thee still, my dear, till a sea's gang dry."
She listens very carefully before the faintest of kind of quivering smirks appears on the corner of her lips. Not the poem I was referring to, but possible. Perhaps Gnomish is your first language, then.
Yeah, that's the one I remember from preschool, so...
Yes. Well, what brings you to the island?
Me specifically, or us in total?
Do you have a different reason to the others? You can
No,
tell us, I'm
but-
sure we won't tell the others.
Oh, okay, well, just between you and me, I'm here to find the most delicious pastries ever.
As you say that, Drissa suddenly giggles and then slaps her hand over her mouth.
Geronimo's going to look towards Drisser and perk one of his rugged eyebrows. Before looking...
Oh wow!
Suddenly Geronimo is described as
And
rugged.
suddenly there's a total scratch of the mic.
Yeah,
He's struggling.
Geronimo looks back towards Dramina and goes, the crew is here because we're looking for somebody, a bald man by the name of Argo. He was a headsman in Storia. Unfortunately, he's Well, he's doing some bad stuff, and well, we want to stop him. There's a chance he may have come this way.
Argo. From Storia, you say? We've done a little shipping with Storia, haven't we, Father? And as she says this, Dramina looks to Derek, and he nods his head very slowly. I believe there was an Argo who we wrote to regarding payment. Is it Argo Flynn? Argo Din? Argo something. Argo something.
I think it's Argo Blinn.
Blinn, yes. That is it. It's Argo Blinn. He seemed nice enough when he was there. At least his correspondence is pleasant. You say you've been following him?
Yeah, his correspondence may be pleasant, but it's all a ruse, you see. He's probably one of the greatest actors I've ever seen, but underneath, he's kind of rotten. He's like an apple that's been eaten by worms from the inside.
In a response to that, you hear Drissa, mumble under her breath, or someone desperately innocent who's been kept cooped up too long.
Geronimo is going to peer towards Drissa again, perking another rugged eyebrow.
Both of his eyebrows are now perked. He's actually just looking surprised.
His eyes are just up like that, like what? And then he's going to lower both eyebrows now, just to clarify. Before he looks back towards Dramina.
Dramina's going to carry on. Greatest actor. He's no Sir Dear, I'm sure. But still, if you're following him, there must be a reason. Still, sorry.
Geronimo looks towards Brandon now, letting him take over.
There's several, and quite a list actually of reasons why we're following him. But I mean, what do you know of the man?
Well, only what he shared in correspondence, that he wanted to take care of the citizens of Storia, that he believed we were a forgotten output of food and supplies that perhaps could be more useful to the Republic. We, of course, agreed quite heartily. All of the kobolds, seemingly in tandem, begin to nod their heads at this sentiment. And that we should remain in touch regarding the future of small, semi-independent settlements on the fringes of the Republic. Though our last letters were dated a few months ago now.
Well, do you get much news from Storia, for example?
Not from Storia. Most of our correspondence goes through Farrick, as it's the closest metropole.
Well, that makes sense. In that case, let me bring you up to date. A matter of a few months ago, I believe now, they had a few disappearances, which tended to get more common. Turns out these people were not just disappearing, but in the most polite way of putting it, being recruited, but without their knowledge or willingness. A lot of fish-based things being growing on them and things like that. Argo had something to do with it, and we were investigating, and it seems this has all ended up to do with this cult that I'm sure you've heard of from when your family moved in.
I see. It's all deeply concerning. He certainly didn't have particularly religious tendencies when we spoke, and certainly no inclusion in his letters, at least. I'm aware of the history of those odd religious folk who used to inhabit this island, but I must admit it's been many generations since there are any around. My history lessons weren't particularly focused on the founding of the island.
Well, if I'm honest, we don't know everything about him, so it could be a case of he wasn't even willing himself. Merely recruited by someone else. I say recruited because we don't really know how it works.
By someone else, you say, but that would presuppose that they are far wider and that you have not yet reached the top. Is that the case?
We know very, very little.
Yes, your little gnomish friend suggested the same thing in his behaviour.
We're currently in... Wait, I will ignore that. We're currently in the process of trying to find out more, hence why when your father mentioned your library, I was hoping to get a look, and the ruins here, we might find out some of their beliefs and history.
Are you the reason he's going hunting?
I wouldn't say the reason. He seemed to be more inclined to do that whether or not I wanted to see the ruins.
There's this fake kind of gravelly chuckling coming from Derek as Dramina looks over towards him and then back to you. He always wants to go hunting. We refuse to go with him. He is an old man. He should not be hunting. And he looks for any excuse. Derek, the Lord himself, goes, Well, I thought it might be a nice change of pace. He's immediately cut in by his daughter. It's always a change of pace, or it's a burst of fresh air, or it's finding your legs again, or it's just a break from the civilian life you live. There's always an excuse. She turns back to the rest of you. Can you promise to keep him safe, please?
Well,
Yeah,
if you like, we could have our delightful large man here carry him, and I'll point at Baron.
Baron would kind of wipe his mouth with one of his sleeves. But we'll take care of him. I'm quite the seasoned hunter, not for sport, more for survival, so I'd be surprised if there's anything that can take us all down.
Yeah,
Derek's.
don't worry. I promise on my gnomish pride that I'll protect your father, like he was my own paps.
In response to that statement, there's another mumble from Drissa. Just, well, he could be. Before Derek kind of speaks more loudly and says, I don't need to be carried. I'm not a child. You are the child, Dramina. I am fine. I shall go with these young people. Obviously, Rodolphus will be coming too. We shall go for a little hunt nearby the house, and I will show them one of the sights. Barely a day, 2 at tops. Dramina sighs audibly before looking down towards one of her other sisters, particularly Dara, and saying, Do you have nothing to say about this? Dara has been picking at her food, almost like dissecting it on the plate as she looks up. Oh, no, not really. If they say they'll take care of father, then they'll take care of father. You will take care of him, won't you? She kind of waves her fork as if trying to hurry you along.
Oh, of course.
Just let him have his fun. If he wants to go on a hunt, I mean, you own the island, don't you?
Exactly, we own the island. She then pauses, as she almost seems to catch her breath. When you find something, you wouldn't be able to bring back the body for me, would you?
If we kill something.
Yes, but if you do, you'd be able to bring back the body, wouldn't you?
Are we talking about game or people?
Wait, people? I'm not sending you out to... What? She looks towards her father, and he just chuckles and shakes his head. No. Game. You're not hunting people. Body? I mean, you're bringing back a body, but of whatever beast it is you slay.
Just the way that you said it made it sound like you were talking about a humanoid rather than the kill. Don't worry, I was confused.
No, I don't want people's bodies. No, I just want to see the animals.
We can bring it back. I like to take a trophy off a decent hunt, but the rest of it's down to you.
Oh, I think that would be fine. Father, can I have the body? Then he nods his head slowly. Good. Then I have everything I need. How long do you plan on staying?
Kind of just like Derek, I think.
Go on, sorry.
The drone kind of looks between the party, kind of like muttering and kind of starting and stopping his sentence before he kind of looks back towards Derek and goes, well, as long as, well, we need to make sure the cult is staying here. If they're not, then we'll move on, I think. That's okay with you, your lordship?
The Lord Derek nods his head slowly. Yes, of course. Stay as long as you like. We have plenty of food, plenty of space, your fantastic company. He nods his head again at Baron, who I'm sure is still probably ploughing his way through another poultry.
Yeah.
Before chuckling slightly. And you have a hearty appetite, which, frankly, is sorely lacking at this table. He swats away using his own cutlery, the cutlery of his daughter, before beginning, quite proudly, as if he didn't just have all of his food cut for him, begins munching down on the kind of tidbits of the meal that have been made ready for him. Dramina tuts and shakes her head as she actually goes back to her own meal and begins to cut it up in the same way, though eating it as she does so. Still, I was wondering, says Dramina between mouthfuls. Why exactly are you following this cult, this group that you think the headsman has got caught up in?
Well, they're trying kind of to, bring up the end of the world.
What?
Yep.
That's remarkable. How do they think of doing that?
Well, some old god, or well, they claim it's a god. They want to awake him. One of the ancient beings.
Ooh, it's quite the story. Interesting. They wouldn't be the first cult to try that. There's a few of them around in Farrak that speak of similar things. Not quite
But
the same.
these ones, well, they've had like lots of barnacles and the like grow on them, and they seem to change appearance. We've had a few clashes with them, murdering people, which we saw with our bare eyes, and other things. So, they also killed an entire cell of shade.
And now you're seeking revenge? Justice?
No, we're kind of trying to stop the world imploding.
You're veritable heroes, then.
Not yet.
Oh, but you will be, like in the books.
If it doesn't go boom before we get there, hopefully.
How delightful. It's so... She waves one of her fork around. It's so magical, like in the stories. As she says this, Drissa looks to her sister before saying, and in all of the stories, there's always a princess who's rescued from a castle. And as she says that, she turns to look at Geronimo. How are you at climbing walls?
That's a very good question. I could definitely climb.
I see. And breaking down doors?
Well, I got Tank for that.
We also got Baron.
Yeah, true.
Her face squishes up in a little bit of confusion and disappointment as she says, no, team efforts aren't required. Thank you. But still. And then, seemingly quite awkward at that point, she turns back to her food. And I think here is where we're going to take our first break. So mid food for them, but at the kind of end of a conversation there, we are going to go and probably find some of our own food and come back in about 10 minutes. So we shall see everyone in just a second.
Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome back. We have gathered our snacks and brought ourselves some drinks, and we are ready to get back precisely where we left off, which was dinner time. Over your tasty assortment banquet dinner. Far too much food for far too few of you, but we shall endure, I am sure. Was there any other particular conversations that anyone wanted to pick up, by the way, as the kobolds begin to dig heartily into their meals, chewing down very large kobold-sized meals of roasted meats, braised and baked vegetables, slices of pie, potatoes in many different forms, mashed, boiled, stuck in stew.
A classic.
Yeah.
Geronimo's going to look towards Brandon, who sat next to him. Now that the dinner was in full flow, he looked towards him and go, "So, Hetzi, I've been meaning to ask you. Something that's been on my mind recently is that, well, apart from Goggles over there, I don't really know how you're making your magic work. You know, like the missiles you shoot out your hands, that sort of thing. I know you do a lot of writing stuff, but they can't all be from scrolls. Where do you learn all that from?
Oh, well, I went to school.
You went to school?
Yes, I went to Small gets notes up so he can remember everything. I went to a school for magic back in the capital for quite a while. They educated me on the ins and outs of how to write scrolls, as you put it, using one of these. And he takes out his spell book, places it down, and I can. Yeah, that's the source of my magic.
What, the spell book there?
Well, yes. I don't need it to cast the spells per se, but there's a lot of them, and I can't remember them all. So those I don't remember at the time, I jot down in this.
Now, that does make sense. The sort of archetypal wizard sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean it helps so that when I find more magic, especially scrolls, as you put it, or another book like this from someone else, I can take things from it. But yeah.
Oh, that's pretty neat. You see, where I get mine from, it's more sort of innate, that kind of, the sort of stuff that you learn when you're doing sort of magical tinkering in sort of gnomish culture. Yeah, it's just part and parcel of engineering in Cogwheel nowadays. So I guess a little extra summon from what I've been learning and stuff. So it's just interesting for me to know, because what I didn't. And you're an interesting fella, Hatsy, that's for sure.
Thank you.
That is definitely a compliment. You should definitely be thanking me for that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I've seen what sometimes your compliments are like.
Oh, go on. What are my compliments like? That was a good example of me giving a compliment. I just what sort of thing did you have in your mind?
Oh, nothing. Just how are you getting on with that kobold lady?
He's gonna look over towards Drissa.
Drissa is glancing at you every now and again. She's currently caught up in a discussion with Dramina and her father over what particular weapon he intends to bring to the hunt. He keeps insisting that he wants to bring this great bow, and his daughters are trying to convince him not to do that. Though every now and again she peers over at you with these kind of furtive glances. And then as you look at her, you catch eyes, and she kind of locks eyes with you for a moment and gives the kind of little air kiss, and then turns back to her father.
I can see that that's going very well.
Yeah, it seems that I have some sort of natural male gnomish musk that seems to be working its charm. So, what can I say?
Well, I've just had a thought, and he kind of leans in a little closer. If you want to get in with the father, show him the gun.
Show him gun?
Well, he's interested in weaponry and all this, and he wants to go hunting. Surely gun would be very useful for that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. Gun sort of explodes things. It don't. It ain't so much a clean kill, that's for sure. It's very destructive. That's why I took it, obviously, and gun became tank and so on and so forth. But
trust me. Just give it a go. Show, maybe not during dinner, but maybe after.
Why not dinner? I mean, he ain't gonna use it, surely.
Um,
Not that he
you know
could.
what? Sure, go ahead.
Geronimo gives him a nod and looks over towards Derek. Clearing his throat, the gnome sort of leans over and makes your lordship, I suppose you're very interested in weaponry and all that.
You could say that. Well, my daughters have just convinced me that I shan't be bringing the family great bow. Rather sad, but I bow to their superior wisdom that perhaps I'm a little too fragile for such a weapon. Still, I have some interest. What weaponry did you have in mind to discuss?
Well, you see, I'm sort of the only I sort of made my own weapon, something that I've sort of to cut a long story short, commissioned to do, and only through the brilliance of my own mind did I make it. It's called Geronimo's Unliving Nozzle, gun for short. I thought as somebody that's so interested in weaponry, you might appreciate somebody that made their own.
Geronimo's Unliving Nozzle. Terrible name.
That's-
Gun is much better. I'm glad you shorthanded it.
Of course.
But how exactly does a nozzle make things unliving? What is it? A type of catapult? A ballista? A weaponized kitchen utensil?
Yeah, it's sort of the mix of all three. He kind of pulls out gun now, and places it on the table. Sort of, he points to it, and points to the trigger. You see here, this bit is called a trigger, and when you press it, it unlocks a sort of mechanism that lights gunpowder that then shoots a projectile out. It's like if you imagine like a catapult for breaking down walls, but really, really small, and breaks down people or creatures.
Interesting. Never heard of this. Gunpowder. It unlocks a mechanism. He kind of looks around it as best he can, though he doesn't reach out to touch it.
I could show you if you want, if you got some sort of like a dummy or something.
Does it work?
It's quite loud though.
Does it work with torsion? I don't understand.
That is sort of a kinetic force.
But where is the force generated?
From the it ignites the gunpowder. So you see, there's the device connects with the gunpowder. The gunpowder kind of makes a small explosion and then forces the projectile out of the nozzle.
Wait, it explodes?
That like in a small way.
He looks thoroughly confused by everything you've been saying. And as you kind of stammer to give an explanation, he just holds up his hands. No, you can show me. Show me after dinner. His daughters all look at him like, what the fuck? And he looks back. He looks back to them and raises his hands. After dinner, I will watch what this gun does, and I can take a look. Maybe if he's willing, I might fire it. But that is it.
It ain't dangerous for anybody except for whoever's on the receiving end of the nozzle.
As you say that, Drissa snorts slightly. Before Derek continues.
Oh, God.
By kind of swatting his hand to the side as if to cut off any kind of complaint from his daughters. I would be quite grateful to see what this unliving nozzle does. You can show me after dinner. But I think dessert is ready now. He looks up around and then spots Rodolphus, who gives a faint nod of the head. Clacks his fingers together in this kind of almost, it's close to like snapping your fingers, but it's a little bit more like a hand clap. And as he does so, one of the doors opens and a few of the drones on these kind of trundling wheels come in and begin very carefully with these quite delicate pincers and prongs lift up plates and things like that, whether people were finished or not.
So, at your lordship, I just got a real question. These sort of automatons that you got working for you, where did they come from?
Well, my family has had them for as long as I have known. They were designed and built by some of the first Anjakovans who came here, but unfortunately the secret behind their construction has been lost. We do the best we can to maintain them, but they do break to points beyond repair now and again, and each one is a greatly felt loss.
Huh. Do you know the stories behind it? Was it an actual one of your family, or did they bring somebody in to make them?
As I understand it, They were designed by the original Angekovans when they arrived on the island to help support the colonization effort, whilst our family and kinsmen were out clearing the island of undesirables. They spent their time clearing sites, camps, and land for, well, the building you see around you. This was originally something of a small, multi-story guild house. But since then, we've had extensions and additions added to the grounds to create it into the fine home that you see around you now. And as we have done so, they were moved over to more domestic work. And during that time, we have lost the secret to their creation.
That's a real shame. I mean, hopefully, if you let us, let me and Hatsi and the goggles over here check out the library, maybe we might be able to find some clues to how they were constructed, you know?
No, you are welcome to look. You are welcome to try and find it if you find anything. I would love to hear it.
I went down to the ship earlier, and, well, they were giving me a strange look, watching me of sorts. Is that normal?
Yes, we think they are somewhat aware of their surroundings. It's how they don't bump into each other, it's how they don't drop our plates, it's how they perform their actions. But, sentience is far too strong a word to suggest. They probably did see you. They probably were watching. But they probably had no thoughts inside whatever counts as their heads, beyond whether or not they were supposed to be performing their function.
Just a little unnerving, if anything.
I understand. Well, unfortunately they are the most populous group on the island at this point, and we rely on them quite heavily. So, there shall be no getting away from them, especially if we're going to go on our hunt. Wonderful! But the rhubarb pie, my favourite. A great and a large pie, just smelling of fresh rhubarb and with great jugs of custard. Comes in on almost like this little trolley being pushed by one of the automatons. It gets to the side of the table. They lay the table and then move away, each of you with a fairly large bowl and an assortment of different sized spoons, which glimmer in their silver. Please, my guests first. Guests of the house, enjoy some of the finest pie you've ever tasted.
Did you just say pie?
I may well have done. You mentioned a love for pastries earlier, and whilst we have nothing like the croissants or the pain au chocolat that you might have been referring to, we thought we'd ruffle up something that suited your sensitivities.
Oh, I do love pie. The rhubarb pie, did you say? Oh boy.
Rhubarb, there's probably some apple in there as well.
Geronimo eagerly awaits the pie to be delivered to him.
You are all dished up a very large helping of the pie, with a jug fairly nearby filled with custard for you to pour all over your delicious pie. The kobolds serve themselves after you, though if any of you were slow to getting into your food, they certainly aren't, as they begin to chow it down quite ravenously. In fact, far more so than they were with the main course.
And I think Baron would spend a few minutes kind of looking at the assortment of spoons that has been placed next to the bowl, picking up one, looking at it for a moment, and then putting it back down before eventually just eating the pie by hand.
Of course.
Whilst they're eating, Drissa looks up and briefly looks at Atara. You haven't touched your pie, and you should have some custard on that. The custard is divine. Tara might be AFK. She is.
Yeah.
That's all right. Suddenly she aims that comment over instead towards Brannon.
I'm not really one for a sweet tooth, but okay.
You're not?
No, not.
Oh, you will be after this. This is one of the most wonderful things that Rudolphus can throw together. He is an expert when it comes to all sorts of pies, and all of his custard is always perfect. Never a lump, perfectly creamy, just a hint of vanilla. Oh, it's outstanding. She throws another mouthful back straight away.
Brandon, does she look like, does this feel uncomfortable, or is it like she's just being quite genuine?
I mean, if it feels uncomfortable or not, dude, that's down to you.
True.
But certainly she's not. She doesn't.
For an insight.
You can make an insight, but certainly, like, the uncomfortableness is down to you. What do we have?
10,
9.
9.
A 9. Okay. I mean, she seems genuine and just very, very happy about how good the custard is. And admittedly, if you pour some over and take a mouthful, it is really, really good.
He'll take a few bites, but probably push it to one side afterwards. It's lovely. Thank you.
Oh, it is. It is. See, your friend thinks so. She looks towards Geronimo as she says that. Don't you?
Oh yeah, it's real tasty.
Mm-hmm. Could you not find yourself eating it all night?
I mean, maybe not all night. I do like a bit of variety, but it's pretty good.
Oh, it's fantastic. Particularly when you don't have bowls to eat it off of.
What does that mean?
She just flashes her eyelashes at you.
Oh. Oh.
As you make those noises, Dramina is going to look over, looking somewhat concerned. She says, "Are you all right? Are you choking?"
No, I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, totally fine. Don't worry. I am in the peak of fitness and health.
There is a kind of scoff from Dramina as she goes back to hers, and then she just shakes her head almost disapprovingly.
Say, out of the three of you, who's the firstborn?
As you ask this, all three of them look up and in unison go, "I am." And they then look at each other, very unhappy, whilst Derek chuckles almost quietly to himself as if he finds this desperately amusing. Their mother had them at the same time. Triplets. Obviously one came out first, and we've never deigned to tell them which is the elder and which is the younger.
Oh, that's kind of cruel, a little bit.
I think it creates a lovely sense of equality between them. No one is the superior, no one is the inferior, no one has the beguiling youth of a few minutes, none has the great wisdom of a few minutes. They are all equal to us. There is an audible sigh, kind of a huff from each one of them, just slightly different, so you can tell that they're all very, very unhappy with the situation, but there's not a huge amount they can argue with.
Yeah, of course. All three are fine young ladies for sure.
Drissa steps up immediately as you say that. Fine young ladies, you say? Do you talk to all women you meet like that?
No, because not all of them are fine young ladies as yourselves.
Ah, so we're special.
Of course.
And which would you consider the most special?
The one that can eat the most pie.
She looks very confused by that statement. Sitting back and looking down at her meal before looking at the others who are also very confused by that statement also. And then they just kind of push their meals away.
Geronimo nods, satisfied that he has dug himself out of the hole, and looks to the others. This pie was very delicious. May I ask for the recipe? Is that okay?
They all look over at Rodolphus, and Rodolphus again bows his head. You may have the recipe, though I believe the master would like to go and check out your gun before it's time to retire, and he is looking a little drained. And indeed, Lord Darrick appears to be wavering a little bit. You can see some bags under his eyes greater than the ones he already had, and he seems about ready to go to bed and perhaps have a nice tea. And so he pushes himself up gently with a scraping of the chair. Yes, let's go look at this gun. Then we can all head to bed. We have an early start tomorrow, and I want to make it right to the top of Pike's Peak before noon. Then he turns to lead you out of the room to go and have a little shooting.
Okay.
Anyone else going?
Yeah.
You guys staying for dinner? Going anywhere else? Having an explore? What are people doing?
Brandon will follow out for the shooting, the testing of gun.
Yeah, I think after a few moments of staring at his hands, wondering what to do with pie-covered fingers, and wiping it on his coat, Baron would get up and follow the rest of them as well.
Okay. So I shall assume all going out for the shooting. So the Lord leads you out to a small courtyard through a couple of doorways that progressively take you through halls that are less and less ornate and clearly suggest more the servants' alleyways through the house before out the back of a door into a fairly large courtyard which has set around it a number of stone benches, though tucked up under a wooden kind of awning area. You can see there are a number of straw dummies which have been kind of stacked up, clearly formerly used for target practice and things like that. Lord Darek gestures at one of them with his cane, taps it quite heartily, and Rodolphus goes and grabs one and hauls it up and puts it up against a wall before he leads you over kind of to the middle of the courtyard and gestures at the dummy. There you go, one dummy. What's the range on whatever this is?
I will double check that. Did we put a range? Like,
It has a range. It doesn't go on forever.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what a gun's actual range is.
Probably be on the thingy.
It's not on the, but
Check the.
I can check the Eldritch Cannon.
Yeah, check the
Yeah,
Eldritch.
surely it would be the same as tank, right?
Yeah, tank is the Eldritch Cannon, so.
120 feet.
Okay. So you say 120 feet, and he looks around and goes, oh, that's a little bit larger than my courtyard. We can go and position ourselves right by the wall, though. Taps and makes his way over until you're probably about 60 feet away. As he gets there, he turns to look at the rest of you.
Dormo's going to move.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's all right. Jake's a little bit laggy. Whilst Jake finishes that, he's going to look at the rest of you and just say very briefly, the rest of you, do any of you else involve yourselves in weaponsmithery?
Not myself.
No.
I don't really know the first thing about it.
So you're just here for the show, then? Well, hopefully your friend can put on a good one. He looks back to Geronimo. He might still be having problems. He inspects Tank, who I assume is held out or placed down somewhere. Looks at it with these very quizzical eyes as he moves around it, using the cane to kind of prod at it, test it, see where it might be and how it moves around, before looking to the rest of you. Say he invented this.
Well, originally it was just handheld, and now it's got legs and can walk around. Sort of like your machines, except, well, quite a bit smaller, and
Yes.
with a death machine on the front of it.
It's very compact. A death machine. But look at it, it's so small. Why, even some of the strongest bows have to be held by 2 kobolds.
I think you'd be
That's
surprised.
that's the thing, your lordship. It was designed with the intent to make it a small handheld device that has the power of quite a lot of things. You'll see. I'll show you now. And Geronimo is gonna take up gun into one hand and aim it towards the dummy from the back wall.
Okay. You're fine.
And how am I rolling this?
Roll it as if it was normally tank firing. So intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, that was close. 14.
A 14 will hit a dummy. So it's not a bullseye, you're not like right between the eyes or anything, but you hit it in the kind of middle of the middle of the chest, right where the mass of the body would be, and there is a loud bang as the gun fires out. Your arm recoils from the force of it, almost a shock to you, as it's been quite a while since you fired this thing in a handheld motion, kind of letting tank take the force of gun for the past however many fights. There is a ringing and a crack before a thud as the bullet hits the middle of the dummy, and all of the kobolds actually jump and move away as this happens. The smoke, the flash of light, the ringing in the ears, it's all quite a shock to them, and it's still harsh on the senses of yourself and your companions, especially in this semi-enclosed space that is a courtyard. Still, as everyone's wits come back together, the Lord Darrick peers up between you and the dummy, frowns slightly as he looks over, and you can see that the chest has not been blown completely open, but there's a very visible cavity in the middle of its chest where the stuffing and the sackcloth and all of that has been blown apart, actually going all the way through and hitting the stonework behind. He stares at it for a moment before whooping, almost like a young man. Oh, that is quite the thing you have there. You said there was an explosion, but I never expected. Is it still intact? The gun?
Yeah, Geronimo's going to show him kind of like he's going to hold the gun in both hands and kind of almost sort of like rotate it around for him so he can have a look. He goes, yeah, it's pretty much intact. As I said, it's made out of magnum, which is this really super strong metal. The explosion's so small, though. It's the force, how it shoots down the barrel in the nozzle. You won't be able to see the explosion as it is, but the force of it sends the bullet out, and it hits the dummy, and it goes through most armor pretty much.
I can see that it might. It took a great crack out of my wall.
Yeah, well, you see, the problem is, sir, that, well, when I designed this thing, I thought, it might be good for warding off bad creatures and defense, but there's people out there that want to use what I make to cause harm and evil and, well, terror amongst people. And that's what they started to do in my hometown, so I left. So, if you don't mind, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't share this information that I've told you with anybody else.
Of course, my lad. It is a sad truth of an inventor and a creator that often the wrong sorts of people wish to do bad with the right sort of devices. I worked a bit on swords and clubs in my youth. I was not nearly quite as, well, just as exciting and fantastical as the things that you create, but I know what it is to have your creations taken away from you and used poorly.
Of course, it's well, I guess that's how civilization works to a degree. But don't worry, I've actually even improved on gun. I turned him into tank, and at that, Geronimo is going to bring out his tinker's tools, mustering a few things in Gnomish and tapping onto gun before he kind of like lets it jump up into the air, and it transforms into tank.
Oh, fantastical. It's like our own creations, but so much more compact and smaller.
Exactly. That's it. Tank stands for terrible and nasty killer, but tank sounds a bit more, I don't know, user friendly.
Interesting that you would be averse to it being used for violence, but then name it a terrible and nasty killer. But still, you're the one who gets to name it.
Yeah, it's going to be used to defeat the terrible people, the terrible and nasty killer. Terrible and nasty people. That's who it kills.
Ah, I see. Wasn't the first thing that came to mind, but I see it now. Still, it's wonderful. Do you mind if I try a shot? As he says that, you can see his 3 daughters behind him shaking their heads quite visibly, though he can't see it because he's looking at you.
Well, you see, the recoils are pretty tough. I don't think. Well, it wouldn't be wise to do so if we're going on a hunt tomorrow. You want to be in your tippest toppest shape, your lordship.
sound just like my daughters. And as he says that, he looks over his shoulder, just as they stop shaking their heads, and they look very sad, as if like they were hoping he'd be able to shoot. And he eyes them up carefully, as if he's probably guessed what they were probably doing. Still, you're right. We have time to hunt tomorrow, and frankly, I do want to get to bed. So if you will excuse me, I shall retire. Lovely to see you all at dinner. Wonderful to see your garden. We shall gather here tomorrow, just before dawn. And with that, he taps his cane on the ground and slowly walks inside.
Have a pleasant rest, your lordship.
The daughters kind of call their own farewells to their father before looking between each other and almost gathering together like a coven, muttering and speaking at one another whilst they briefly look over at you guys as a group.
Jerome's going to look over to his own party now and go, so I guess that's dinner done. And did we want to take a look at that forbidden library? Maybe ask one of the girls to help us out?
I think that's definitely something the rest of you are more versed in.
Hey Barrett, I mean, Smalsy, you got big arms, you know. You could probably carry a lot of books for us. You're still useful.
Yeah, you kind of shrug at that. I suppose so.
Your knowledge might be useful. There's a lot of things you know that we don't.
Exactly.
Maybe not of Kobold ancestry, but I'll come along anyway.
Okay, well, give me a moment. I'll go over and ask one of them. Maybe Drizza. That was her name, right?
Her name was Drissa, yes.
Drissa, that's it, not Drizza. Yeah, Jerome waits for any response.
As you say that, the girls pause in their little discussion, and one of them peers over you, this one, Dramina. Yes, you'd like to see the library?
Yeah, we were thinking that we could get one of well, actually, I well, you see, we got a bit of a problem because ain't one of us speak Draconic, so.
As you say that, Durga starts chuckling behind his mustache.
Sounds like Jabba the Hutt.
Wagga wagga solo.
Wagga wagga sumi kukama.
That's his Draconic.
Yeah, Durgis's Draconic is actually Huttese.
Yeah.
Dramina chuckles slightly before looking between her two sisters and then back to you. And I suppose you would like one of us to translate for you?
I mean, if that's okay.
And might the name of the one you're looking for in particular rhyme with Missa?
Jerome kind of blinks for a moment. Whose name rhymes with Missa?
Dramina rolls her eyes. You said Drissa's name while you were standing with your friends.
Oh, yeah, Drissa. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she seems the most approachable.
Drissa is pouty up until you say that, at which point she suddenly looks very full of herself. Yes, I am the most approachable, particularly for you.
Oh, yeah, because I'm just so handsome and so smart. Isn't that correct?
There's certainly something about you.
I don't like this, man.
Geronimo nods and goes, yeah, I'm definitely special, that's for sure. Okay, well, you can come with us, Drissa. We got a great use for you. You're definitely going to be very helpful for us. And of course, I will owe you much.
They all wait to see if you're going to finish that sentence or if that's the end.
No, that's it.
I will owe you much.
That's it.
With that kind of awkward pause, Drissa nods her head slowly. Yes, and I can think of many ways for you to pay it back. So off you go, Dramina. Off you go, Dara. They require my help tonight, and I shall be having a late one. And with that she turns and immediately begins to skip towards the back door. Come on, keep up, show some energy. I don't want you getting tired on me now.
Yeah, I'm a baller energy. Don't you worry. And Geronimo is gonna like, kind of, what's it? I wanted to say cattle. No, herd his friends towards the back entrance.
Drops on all fours like a sheepdog and starts running around.
Begins barking like a sheepdog, moving them towards the gate. Drissa leads you back into the main building, taking you through a number of other labyrinthine corridors to where you reckon roughly to be near the main hallway. Like, you're a little bit turned around by all the places you've been to. Geronimo, you have the feat that allows you to know, like, which way is always north and recall all the information. So you've got a pretty good understanding that you're probably somewhere just off of the main hallway, but you've taken a kind of more circumspect route. Arriving in the fairly small library, it is something of a very tall, square room. Not nearly as large as the private study, or any of the dining rooms, or the hallway of any... It's not even as large as your bedrooms, but it is a very neat, well-kept, rather musty-smelling room, with a couple of windows allowing in the last remains of natural light, and illuminated mostly instead by these pearlescent glowing orbs, which seem to just blossom out this soft blue light. Ever present, though seemingly without any heat or warmth. It seems like a safe way to illuminate books without running the risk of fire. Around the room are a number of desks, as well as those kind of slidey ladders on rails that you can use to get to higher shelves, where almost all four walls of this room, bar some space around the doorway, are covered in bookshelves, each one laden with a assortment of leather-bound books of a huge range of styles. Some are very classic, fanciful, elaborate, finely bound tome with gold filigree and volume numbers written on them. Others look like very simple, almost sketch pads or notepads that you may have seen some of the artists around Midden Fair or Farrock using. This assortment of different sources clearly has been categorized, though again it's all written in Draconic and all organized in a particular way that means that you can't quite tell what any of it is. But as you step inside, Drissa kind of begins gesturing around. We have journals and diaries. We have reports sent back to the mainland. We have biographies and autobiographies. And she then turns around again, pointing to around the doorway. These are, how to put it, are more... I don't even know how I would say it. They're the more odd curiosities, the ones that don't really fit into any other categories. An example would be just up there. She points to a section of the shelving that's actually been adjusted slightly to allow for a stone tablet to be set against the wall in a display case. That is the originally family motto. Part of our history, but doesn't really fit with the others, so we keep it there. And other such doodads and books like that. What exactly was it you were looking for?
Well, we were mainly looking for anything to do with, I suppose, the origins of the island when you first came here, and specifically anything looking for the cult.
I mean, we don't organize by cult or content. There is some...
The earliest volumes, then, I suppose.
I can get some of the earliest volumes, but again, there's a great deal to go through. Want me to translate all of it?
Maybe you can point us in the right direction. Was there anyone from your family when they first moved here that maybe talked a lot about fighting or dealing with strange locals or that kind of thing?
Cirith. Cirith was rather interesting Androkovan. She makes her way over towards one of the shelves, sliding one of the stairs along as she begins to clamber up it very nimbly, showing off a rather pert backside before swishing her dress between her legs. I don't know why you're laughing, dude. This is narration. She begins to make her way through the books before pulling one out, which is a fairly small, it looks almost blood-stained notebook. She turns around and gestures for one of you to step forward. Need an assistant?
I can help you.
She nods her head. I knew you would. And with that, she drops the book for you to catch.
Geronimo is going to catch it.
Oh, fantastic. No dropping it.
Mhm.
Okay. She smiles sweetly as you catch it before turning back. We have the serious notebook. We have a diary here somewhere. She pulls out a slightly larger book. This one, still bound in a rather dirty, dusty leather, as if this was taken for travel, and dropping that, though this one's slightly heavier. And we have the biography. Here we go. She pulls out this time a far more recent-looking book. This one with the name of Sirith Andrikovan written across the top, and actually underneath it has a different author. As she drops that down towards you as well. These can get us started. Sorry, what was it again specifically you were looking for?
So, yes, anything early like that? Anything to do with the cult, if there is anything? Anything about taking over the island?
I see. Then whilst I get started with this, one of you will need to go and collect me some wine from the dining room.
I can go do that. Just go back the way we came.
Exactly. And as she says that, I'm going to skip forward a little bit here, because she will settle down and begin to do some translation for you. How long do you guys want to work on this?
Well, as long as we can until like tiredness kicks in, I guess. Sort of like, how long have we got? What's the time now?
Sundown has just kind of happened. It's just gone dusk. For you guys to still have, well, yeah. For you guys to get a full night's rest and be up before dawn, you've only got a couple of hours, really.
Yeah,
Like,
probably
I
an
guess-
hour or two then.
Yeah, a couple of hours of.
Okay, only a
running
couple
through,
of
I
hours.
guess, then.
All right. By the end of those few hours, you manage to translate some of the stuff that she has brought down for you, and from what you can tell overall, whoever this Sirith was, they were one of the early arrivers here on Langland. They were not one of the first Andrikovans to arrive. They may mention multiple times of there already being a camp and other family members who were present. However, they in particular were rather vitriolic in leading gangs of the family off to try and clear out areas of how they put it as evildoers and nobodies who were invading on their property and things like this. From what you can tell, they are an incredibly dismissive, very narrow-minded, quite aggressive kobold who seem to take great pleasure in causing violence against the native population, who are at best described as savages, and who are at worst described with words which Drissa doesn't translate, suggesting instead that it's probably better you don't understand them. This is all you're about able to get out of with just the slow process of having Drissa translate great swathes of the Draconic, and then you going through and picking up the bits you actually care about. It's a very slow process, and this is really, really not the best way to conduct research. Perhaps when your dwarf is feeling more kind and more able to roleplay himself, he might make the process a little bit quicker.
Okay.
But after those couple of hours, that kind of tiredness begins to kick in. You have been sailing and then dinnering, and it's all been very boisterous and loud and tiresome. You guys are about ready to head to bed, and Drissa herself has yawned multiple times, and her head slightly drooping towards the books.
Maybe we should leave it for the night. You've been very helpful, but it seems like with you not knowing what we're looking for and us having to direct you when we can actually figure it out, it's just going to take a while.
Yes, I think you might be right.
Yeah, but we appreciate the effort. It's obviously, very kind of you.
It is. But then again, you did say you'd owe me, so I guess I'm not doing it for free.
Yeah, of course. That's true.
Perhaps we should leave you two alone to discuss the ins and outs of what is owed.
Oh yeah, of course, Hetz. Yeah. I'll sort this one. Don't you worry.
She kind of tilts her head slightly, looking between the rest of you to see if you're just going to leave.
Leave and quite swiftly push Durgus out as well.
Yeah, Baron would make his way out as well.
We shall assume Natara goes as well.
Mhm.
They all depart. Drissa looks towards the door, watches as it shuts, and then peers back towards you, Geronimo.
Okay.
Yes? You said you would handle me?
What sort of stuff did you have in mind?
Well, just before they left, she kind of pushes herself up, rounds the table, and goes and sits on the edge near you. You mentioned ins and outs.
Mm-hmm.
What particular ins and outs did you have in mind?
I can't believe this.
No.
But, you see, I got something in mind, but it may be better to show you in a different room than this one.
I have a wonderful idea. I know exactly the room we can go to.
Oh, lead on, my snugglepuss.
She pauses. She pauses as you say the word snugglepuss before opening her mouth to say something. There's a slight clicking. It's clearly what she's going to say catches. Before she says, tell you what, why don't you close your eyes? It can be a surprise that way.
She's gonna kill him.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Geronimo will close his eyes and hold his hand out.
Okay. Delicately, your hand is taken, and you are led, you reckon, towards the door. It's fairly easy to tell. You are wandered down through hallways. The scent of dinner comes rushing back every now and again as you clearly pass by near the dining room. Now and again, there's a breeze that comes through a window, though you don't find yourself reaching any stairs until right at the very end. You slow down as this occurs, obviously to ensure that you don't trip. And Drissa takes the time to take both of your hands, just to make sure that she can help you up without any particular difficulty. She appears light on her feet, quite breezy as she dances ahead of you, leading you ever on towards whatever destination she has in mind. Finally, she brings you to a stop and places her hands on your shoulders as she says, "Open."
Geronimo's going to open his eyes.
As you do so, you find you are standing in the hallway to the guest wing where you are located, and she is looking very dolefully into your eyes. Thought it would be best here.
Oh, yeah, of course, this is exactly where I had in mind.
Fantastic. So we're of the same mind.
Of course, you must be so smart, just like me.
Mm-hmm. So she pushes the door to your room open, revealing obviously your things stored exactly as you left them. You go in there, and I go out there. And then she points to the doors leading out of the guest wing.
Okay, well, see you then.
With that, she leans in, kisses you on the cheek, and then skips off the way she came.
Geronimo blushes ever so slightly and rubs and touches the point on his cheek where he was kissed. He then clears his throat. Goes, "Oh yeah, I'm a strong gnome who don't catch no feelings. Yeah, first mate of the cutlass," and then walks into his room, shuts the door.
Hell of a night. Hell of a night.
What is going on? What is going on? There is no fade to black.
There is no fade to... Well, there is a fade to black as you slowly fall asleep.
Yes.
Exactly. Dreaming of those pastries.
Exactly. Those buns be so superior.
Oh, we don't be talking about those. I think what we will do is we will actually take our break here. Go have a few minutes, grab drinks, refresh and stuff like that before we go for our kind of last run through, because that's kind of a nice point to start from, is the wake up, the beginning of the hunt and stuff like that. Okay?
Perfect.
Cool. So we shall go grab drinks, we shall go to toilet, and we shall be back in, I swear, 10 minutes. It's always 10 minutes. Anyone who thinks otherwise is wrong.
Exactly.
And we are back, and I have been politely informed by one of my players that rather than having a neat wrap-up of the night and moving on to the action of the following morning, we instead have something to do overnight. Brandon, what are we doing overnight?
So, Brandon, whilst everyone goes to sleep, and preferably after the whole thing with Geronimo and hearing Drissa leave, is going to try and sneak out and make his way to the Lord's... I think it was his office that we were in before?
His private study, yes, and your mic is
Yes, that's
crackling
what.
quite loudly.
Sorry, I'm not sure what that is.
Not a clue. You might want to mute yourself and unplug and replug or something. But yeah, absolutely. You can head to his private study. It's not too hard a destination to find. Following the route down that you were showed up when you first arrived at the guest wing, you're trying to do so quietly, I assume.
Yeah.
You're going to need to make a stealth check for me then, please.
That is a 13.
Okay. Check some
Not
passive.
great.
I'll check some passive perception. Okay. Okay. You make your way downstairs. Your feet pad quietly, though not silently, on the marbled floor. And luckily you're wearing, I assume, just like a robe or your
No
your
armor
clothes or anything like that. So you manage to do so, but there's still a slight ruffle of your clothes moving over each other as you make your way down to the private study. The door is unlocked, and as you kind of turn the doorknob, you can push your way inside and find yourself standing in amongst the assorted accoutrements and paraphernalia of a study. Letters sent out, letters received, books being studied, bits and bobs from travels, relics from the family that hold particular significance, all scattered about haphazardly in a way that keeps an old man happy. What in particular are you looking for down here?
But he's going to go behind the desk, and also, whilst he's in there, is there any windows with large curtains or like a cupboard or something that he could potentially hide in just in case?
There are some large curtains. There's a window right behind the desk, and some large curtains either side of it, but they've been kind of pulled back, so they're not really down near the floor. You'd have to kind of undo them and pull them across the window to use them. There's also no large cupboards for you to hide in. This is very much shelves, drawers, things like that.
And how big is this window?
Fairly large, takes up most of the wall, which is in itself quite large. You're looking at perhaps 6 feet across.
Okay, he's just going to double check that if that's locked or not, just so he's got a way out.
It rattles as if it's locked when you kind of try to open it.
Okay, then. In that case, he'll search through the desk, and he's looking for any drawers or anything, and especially ones that are locked. And if he gets them, he is going to try and break them open with... I'm proficient in thieves' tools, but I don't obviously have them. Could I use things that I've got as replacements that would break? For example, I've got an ink pen, and I've got a dagger, and I've got things like that.
Not quite the same as the tools necessary for breaking a lock.
Yeah, I get that.
I'd let you use them to, like, break the lock, but I wouldn't let you pick the lock. So if you're going to do it, it's going to be something that people can see that the lock has been broken.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind. I knew I wasn't going to be able to pick it.
Yeah, if you're willing to accept, because you'd go into this knowing it, because you wouldn't be like, oh, I can do this easy and then break it by happen chance. You go in knowing that I'm going to break this. It's going to look broken into.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry,
give me an investigation check with advantage.
13. This is not going
13. It's okay. You look over the desk and checking through some of the drawers and looking over some of the papers. Most of it is written in Draconic. There is not a huge amount you can tell. However, there are bits and pieces here and there that are written in common, particularly what looks like orders coming from different companies in Middenfair about certain quantities of goods. Others talk about certain tithes and tariffs that are expected of the Angikovins. There's one which appears to be a ledger outlining the basics of their financial situation, which, from a brief look over, you reckon is declining, is the best way to put it. Going through the drawers, most appear to be filled up with spare kind of office equipment and stuff that he might need. Additionally, there are a few bits and pieces here which appear to be sentimental items. There is a couple of notes clearly written to him by his daughters, drawings and things of the like, in crayon and very smudgy ink that were clearly done when they were very small. He seems to keep them quite close at hand. There are 2 drawers at the bottom of the desk, one either side, both of which are locked.
Looking over both the drawers, do either of them look at all more used than the other?
The desk
Maybe some scuff marks around the edges.
The desk itself is very old and quite large, although it's been well maintained. The whole thing itself has marks of use and wear. It's not really possible to tell if he uses one any more than the other, as everything looks old and used by probably his predecessors.
In that case, he'll go to the first one, let's say on the left, and pop that open. He's going to use his dagger to just kind of reach it in and try and break the lock, but try and be as quiet as possible.
Okay, I'm going to need a sleight of hand with disadvantage, or an athletics.
13.
Okay. You grab a hold of your dagger, and you kind of rattle it in, and trying to be as quiet as possible, it's still not the best way to try and break open a lock, particularly because you are breaking it. And as you work the dagger around, you eventually have to give it this kind of thump with your palm to really throw some force and some leverage in there. And there is a quite audible metal cracking as the dagger turns slightly, and you feel the whole drawer kind of shift and shunt. It seems you have managed to break open the lock, however it made quite a lot of noise in doing so. Okay, especially in the eerie quiet of the rest of the building.
Yeah, he's going to quickly look inside. What's immediately obvious in there?
There appears to be a bundle of papers tied up with some twine. They're a little bit dusty, as if they haven't been touched for some time. And from a brief glance, it appears to be in the same draconic script.
Fuck. Okay, he's just going to grab it, put that underneath his cloak, just pushing the drawer shut, and then is going to walk towards the door, trying to poke his head out, see if he can see anyone.
Okay, you grab it, push the door shut, make your way to the door. As you poke your head out, please give me a perception check.
Fuck, 8.
You look around, and everything seems relatively quiet. From the opposite side of the landing to your own kind of private, your own guest suite, you can faintly hear soft padding footsteps approaching, as if someone is coming down towards you, and there is a slight halo of a light, perhaps someone's holding a candle or something, but they're clearly down a hallway well above you, so they definitely can't see you, and you can't see them.
Okay. He is going to get into his pocket, bring out, let me just remind myself of what it is. It doesn't have anything. Perfect. He's going to bring out his book, quickly skipping through it, and he's actually going to cast Disguise Self on himself and make himself look like, let's say, one of the sisters.
Which one?
The one that was interested in Natara's work with the aquatic life. I can't remember her name.
That was Dara.
Right?
That was Dara.
Dara, yeah. Dara.
Okay. Okay.
And then he will walk out.
You shift and transform into the shape of Dara, moving out into the Grand Hall. Is there any particular place you're headed to?
He's going to head towards the dining room. I'm sorry, I don't really know the layout of the house. Basically, I'm trying to head somewhere in the vague direction of what would be their wing, but it wouldn't be too out of the way that I could run back to mine. So something like the dining room, or maybe the old library that we were in before.
Do you know where their wing is?
No.
Oh dear.
But he's taking a guess.
There we go. So you're going to guess where you're headed.
Yes.
To. Okay. So you're heading for the dining room or the old library?
Let's say the dining room.
Okay.
It's not too offensive to go there.
Okay. Making your way towards the dining room, you begin to hear the footsteps get louder. They don't pick up in pace or intensity until eventually you vanish underneath the landing. and begin to follow the route you were shown before into the dining room. It is quiet now, all of the candelabras and lighting extinguished. The moon glitters gently through one of the windows, illuminating the space just light enough for you to stand in this fairly large dining hall.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just going to stand there in the dark, or?
No, I didn't know where they were coming from, so he'll just start heading back to his own room now.
Okay.
But if he sees anyone, he's gonna try and misty step out of the way.
Okay. So you're still trying not to be seen?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a stealth check.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So first nat 1 of the night. That is an 8 overall. Okay.
Yeah.
You continue back, kind of making a slight U-turn as you work your way back towards the staircase, which you were in front of before. Turning left and looking to climb up it, you get about halfway up the stairs before you hear a slight creak of floorboards above you. Peering up, you end up face to face with the Furbolg, who had welcomed you into the house. He's standing with his staff in one hand. He doesn't look openly aggressive. He looks a little bit confused as he looks down towards you. Lady Dara, why are you up so late?
I can't remember if Disguise Self does voices.
It does.
It does. Okay, perfect. I'm just having a little night walk. I couldn't sleep that well.
I see. I can have some hot milk brought to you if you would like.
Maybe later. I heard a noise. Did you hear a loud bang?
Yes, I did. That's why I came to investigate. Was that you?
No, it wasn't me. I don't know what it was. Sounded like it came from Father's study.
I see. Investigate that. Would you like me to show you back to your room?
Oh, no. I'm going to pop in and have a talk with Natara if she's awake. I'm just seeing if she is.
Very well. That's what you wish. Of course. He gives a slight bow of his head, moves to just the other side of the stairs, which still gives you plenty of space, as he slowly makes his way down the stairs and off towards the study.
And Brandon will walk up, wait for him definitely to be gone, then drop Disguise Self and go into his room.
Okay. Anything else?
No, he's going to hide those sheets in the bottom of his bag, but that's about it for now because he can't read it.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 12.
Excellent. Okay. The rest of the night passes without any interruption. For your nighttime escapades, Brannon.
Yeah.
You'll be alright for now. That's not worthy of a level of exhaustion. You're all good. You guys wake up. I say bright and early, but it's actually before the bright. Just before dawn, you are awoken to a gentle knocking on the door from the Furbolg on each person's room, and a quiet, rise and shine, rise and shine, rise and shine. It's time to get yourselves ready. You agreed to your hunt, remember? And then he moves on to the next door and essentially repeats it, waiting for all of you to appear at your door so that he can lead you down to the courtyard.
Yeah, and I think after a few groans, Baron would very quickly make himself ready to get going, waiting outside the door for everyone else.
Fantastic. Okay.
Brandon will come as well.
Yeah, with everyone gathered together and brought down towards the courtyard, you are eventually shown to this pile of camping gear, which has all been stacked up on a couple of rucksacks, as well as the very, very skinny, elderly form of Lord Darrick standing in this very fine, old, almost safari-esque uniform. In one hand, he has this short bow, which he adjusts the string of ever so slightly, stretching it here and there as if testing it out, causing his kind of leathery skin to pull almost as much as the string of the bow. As he sees you, he gives a little wave, almost overbalances, and uses the short bow to keep himself upright. Friends. Good to see you all again. Have gathered so very early. I am delighted none of you were put off by our start. He gestures towards the sky, which is beginning to become illuminated in that kind of dark bluish.
Well, I'm not one to turn down a hunt. Said you wanted to make it to Pike's Peak, was it?
Yes, Pike's Peak. And he points up towards one of the towards some of the hills, and particularly to this kind of large hill, which appears to be roughly in the centre of the island, named after the young kobold who discovered it, young Master Pike and Jacobin.
Well, if we're planning on getting there early, I propose we move out quite quickly.
Excellent, excellent. Rodolphus, if you will. He points towards this huge rucksack, and Rodolphus nods his head in a resigned way as he moves over to haul this great bundle of camping supplies onto his shoulders as he turns, clearly struggling but willing under the weight of all the stuff, as he gives a slight smile to Lord Darrick. On your orders, my lord. Darrick nods and begins to lead the way, making as quick a pace as an elderly kobold can, out towards a small path which leads towards the rear of their grounds. All headed out?
Think so, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Fantastic. Taking the route as led by the Lord, you make your way between these hedgerowed and almost patchworked fields. Many are being tended, even this early, quite attentively by the drones, which are moving between the plants, either checking the height of certain plants, watering others. Some appear to be replanting some that appear to have been knocked over or taken out by other creatures or the weather. Just general agricultural care as you continue through this meandering track, which does its best to crisscross and not go over the fields. Eventually, however, you leave the kind of agrarian development behind, and the path begins to move instead around trees, around ponds, over grazing land, which here and there you spot as having some husbanded animals, some sheep, some cows, some pigs, all just kind of moving around in that very organic, natural way where they're just kind of let to go where they will. As you begin to climb the hills, and as kind of the first hour of walking turns into the second one, you can hear Lord Darrick from up ahead begins to sing these kind of jaunty, almost silly, whimsical tunes in the harsh language of Draconic, paying little heed to the fact that you don't understand it. And whilst you're walking, Rodolphus, falls back slightly to talk to you quietly. The Lord doesn't get out much. When he's singing like this, it's a good sign.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that he's in happy spirits, so that's good news.
Fantastic news, fantastic. He kind of shudders slightly as he shifts the weight from his shoulders. Still, I would beg of you, try not to make the hunt last too long. It doesn't do well with extended excursions from home.
Well, what sort of thing do you normally hunt on these hunts? So if we can find it, then we'll get there as quick as possible. We got probably the best hunter in the known universe here.
Depends on the mood that takes him. He quite likes the orcs, bears, wolves. God, if he feels like he wants a moorbounder, then we're all in for it.
Did you say orcs?
Orcs.
Orcs, okay. Whew.
Yes,
That was close.
Like the big, angry, almost bison-like creatures, not orcs as in the greenskins.
No, of course. That's why I was just double checking, because that would have been a bit of a. Anyways, well, let's hope he ain't the moorbounder he's up for.
Shall see. We shall see. He adjusts himself again as he continues forward. Could everyone please give me an athletics check with advantage?
Hell yeah.
Yes, I can. Oh, 19.
Let's go. Give me something good. 12.
A 12? Okay. Brandon and Natara?
Just coming. Did you say acrobatics or athletics?
No, just athletics, please.
Okay.
With advantage. I might have to do Natara's for her, that's alright.
12.
Tara, athletics with advantage. That's an 18. Okay. With 12 at the lowest, none of you fail. You maintain a very good pace with the Lord Darek. Now and again, possibly even having to remind him not to go so fast that Rodolphus doesn't become left behind. You continue up over the hills and winding your way round the kind of trees and forests, passing past ponds. I'm just getting some nice ambience up for us. And through this idyllic countryside, which provides something of a natural haven, or heaven even, for anybody who has a particular proclivity towards nature. Continuing up, eventually you reach a area of flatland, in which Lord Darek finally comes to a stop, perhaps an hour or two before noon. He is sweating quite profusely, breathing very heavily, but there seems to be a new life or a youth that has come into him for being outside and on this adventure. Rodolphus looks delighted by the news of having a break and basically dumps everything down and then collapses. His clothes are sodden through, his breath is coming in these ragged gasps. He is struggling to keep up with all of this weight, but he's managed it thus far, and he seems to be taking a very well-deserved break as Lord Darek turns to you. Oh, time of my life. I love it up here. How are you all feeling?
And I had a great night's sleep, and this was some nice exercise, so I'm feeling pretty good, your lordship.
Oh, good to hear, good to hear.
Definitely feeling more awake.
Fantastic. I knew some oxygen in the lungs. He slaps his chest slightly. And the breeze in the face brings years back, I swear.
And Baron's gonna first take a sip out of his water skin before walking over to Rodolphus and offering it towards him. You look like you need some water.
Rodolphus looks up at you with these kind of bleary eyes, not from anything other than just sheer exhaustion and trying to calm down. I think some water might be nice, yes. He holds a hand out weakly.
Yeah, and he'd pass it over.
Rodolphus takes a couple of big glugs before handing it back, and then lying back again. Oh, ambrosia of the gods, I thank you. Baron, yes, that was your name. Apologies.
That's it. We can't have anyone passing out now.
Never. The Lord would never forgive me. No, I'll walk through and write, I promise.
Well, if you do need us to slow down, just let us know. I'm sure Lord Darek can understand if you're getting a bit worn out. He'd look over towards the Kobold.
Lord Darek, meanwhile, is in mid-conversation, seemingly apathetic to the plight of the Furbolg. Instead, he is talking to the others that have gone on the hunt, saying quite quickly, "Now, I promised you I would show you the site of one of those places that the cultists used to visit, didn't I?"
I believe so, yes. And he'd kind of look around more towards Brannon.
I did, I know I did, and I thought it might be good instead to show you some of the smaller sites we have before we get to one of the larger ones. There's a stream slightly further up ahead, just off a rocky ledge, inside of which there is a small runestone totem, I'm not sure how you would describe it, which bears a striking resemblance to the architecture of one of the sites we shall visit.
Oh, that sounds perfect. Which way did you say?
It's up that way a ways. He points further up the track you had been following. But we shall get there in a moment. Allow Rodolphus a chance to rest and for us to enjoy this view. And as he says that, he turns and looks over this quite wonderful view down, basically over his lands. You can see the house still quite clearly. You're not that far from it. The fields all around it create this neat, almost quilt of farming and quietness. The birds are in the trees. The smell of spring is in the air. It's in general just a wonderful, peaceful place to be.
Yeah, Geronimo's also going to kind of just take in the view, as it were, and peer around to see if you can see any of the creatures that might sort of inhabit the area.
Give me a perception or a survival.
I will give you a perception.
Go for it.
For an 11.
11. There's definitely game around. You see the obvious bolt holes of rabbits and hares, as well as a few mounds that you reckon come from moles, though larger creatures and game that you might actually consider particularly worthy of hunting, at least aren't visible to you, or at least the signs of them aren't. They may have run off, or you just may not be near where they normally go right now.
Okay. Geronimo nods and kind of looks towards the Lord again. Your Lordship, what creature are we hunting this fine morning?
Well, depending on where we end up and how we're feeling, I say we could go for anything. I'm feeling a moorbounder, if I'm honest. There's a loud groan from Rodolphus.
Yeah, don't you think it might be a bit too much of a beast to slay for now? We could go for something like an oryx or something along those lines.
The moorbounders are far more dangerous. And their tusks. Oh, their tusks. You haven't seen a trophy until you've held the tusks of a moorbounder. The horns of an oryx are fantastical, yes, but they don't compare.
I'm sure. I am sure, Your Lordship. Well, hopefully the place to take us down ain't one of those moorbounder places. I fear for your health.
Well, I don't see why we'd have any trouble. We're a capable bunch. And Baron kind of perked up at the thought of trophies. If we come across a moorbounder, I don't see why we can't take it on.
Exactly. That's the sort of attention I'm looking for. We can take them. Perhaps even a pair, perhaps even a trio. He begins to wave the short bow around as if it was a cane. A whole family of the things, dead at our feet and ready to be brought back as trophies of our magnificent hunt.
Well, how are you feeling, Rodolphus? Are you ready to carry on, or?
Rodolphus has sat up by this point. He gives a kind of heavy nod of his head. Yes, I think I can just about manage it. He reaches up and wipes away this great swat of sweat, rubbing it down on his tunic, and before pushing himself up to his feet, grabbing a hold of the rucksack by both hands, and this time actually throwing it onto his front, clearly adjusting how he's carrying the weight. He takes a few steps to find his stability, nods his head slowly. Yes, let's get going to this totem. If it's the one the Lord is speaking of, and I think it is, then we're not actually too far, and there will be another chance to sit down soon.
And I think Baron would actually approach Rodolphus again, this time just handing him the water skin. Keep hold of that. He said there was a stream nearby. We can fill it up again there, but with all that weight, you probably need it more than I do.
He gives a slight chuckle and nods his thanks as he takes the water skin, pours a little over his head before using his other hand to sweep his hair out of his face, splashing some on his face, drinking some more mouthfuls, and then keeping hold of it. I'll make sure to return this to you. Before you begin your way up the track. The trees begin to become more sparse, though the sound of running water doesn't fade, as you rise further up this hill, heading towards Pike's Peak. Eventually, the track leads you towards a ledge. And peering down, you can see a perhaps T-shaped kind of little creek running down below, seemingly coming out of some kind of underground spring, or something of that nature from one of the rock walls. The water is crystal clear, perfect, and running just gently enough that you have no fears of stagnate or stale water. And as you reach a point near at least one tree that provides some shade, Rodolphus goes and throws himself down again as he finds some shade, pushes himself up to the trunk and just kind of relaxes. The Lord Darek makes his way to the edge and points down into part of the stream, saying, there, you should be able to see it. Small, squat stone sort of thing. A little crystal poking out the top. It glows a kind of purple, though, admit it has been doing that since as long as I've known it, and nothing particularly awful has happened because of it.
Well, we may as well go and have a look at it then. And first of all, Baron will go and retrieve the water skin to go and fill it up at the river, or the stream, or however you want to call it, before making his way down towards the totem.
Yeah, of course. Are you all heading down there?
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. In which case, you may be able to guess what I have for you.
Oh, no.
No!
What did I just come back to?
Battle board, I'm
Battle
good.
board.
Battle map.
A battle map. I just need to make sure you've got global illumination, because it is the middle of the day. So there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to see pretty much everything. I believe Durgasov will stay. He stayed behind because he wanted to talk to Pudge about something.
I think he wanted to talk about Pudge. He wanted to talk to Pudge about something. Nice.
Yeah, he wanted to talk to Pudge about something. I don't know. About how he can suddenly speak Draconic, and he had no idea he could. And
What do you mean I can bloody speak Draconic?
I can speak your language, Pudge.
he can finally talk about them behind their backs.
Dwarfish freedom!
Let's just shift over to that. There we go. So you guys find yourselves here at the bottom of this small, not crevasse, but this small kind of dip or gorge. That's a good word. This small gorge. And sitting in the middle of it, in the water, which is only up to about your calves. Even on Geronimo, it's barely above the knees. Stands this square-based runestone, just as tall as about Barrand, with a large crystal inlaid into the top, which takes it to taller. Over the front of it is this strange swirling runic script, similar to the writing, Barrand, that you had seen when you travelled in your vision under the sea. And similar to some of the signs and symbols and things of that nature, which Brannon had found in the Maelstrom, though could not translate. It almost seems to hum with an odd, mysterious energy, as if alive, yet there's no sense of this energy penetrating you, there's no sense of it working in any way around you. It just seems to be a dormant, if still active, power. Let me grab their tokens. The companions with you are currently above you under the tree. Find theirs. We have good old Derek, who shall be there, and we have Rodolphus, who shall be there.
Zooming in on good old Rodolphus there.
Rodolphus, he's a nice looking furball chap. Got a pipe.
He is indeed. Johnny's going to look towards Brannon. Go, Hetty, what you make of this thing? It's definitely sort of magical of some sort. So,
Yeah, it's definitely something. Reminds me of that one we found back in Storia, but I guess this one's dormant.
It's very similar to, at least the sigils are similar to what I saw on the ship that night I went underwater, I suppose.
And it might be worth you not touching it then.
I kind of want to and see what will happen. Or do you think that'll be too dangerous?
I have honestly no clue. I mean, I won't force you to do anything. If you want to, it's your choice. You've got more experience with this stuff than I do.
Yeah, Band will probably pause for a moment before taking a step forward and putting his hand on the runestone.
As you do so, initially nothing happens, though slowly but surely there is this strange kind of sapping iciness, as if the stone is stealing the warmth from your hand. This lasts for a few seconds, and then it stops, everything returning to normal. All of you notice that the intensity of the light around the stone begins to intensify.
Maybe we should all put our hands on there. It seems to sort of react in some way.
Sure, it's not just reacting to him.
Well, it grows a deeper pink, the crystal beginning to shimmer. As Baron, within your mind, you feel an outsider, something else connecting to your thoughts. Not that your thoughts aren't your own, they're still very much your own, and you don't feel that they're being influenced anyway, but rather that they are being read, seen, and possibly responded to.
Does it seem like he gets an instant response, or is it just like a...
It seems like it's waiting right now. You're clearly aware that this has happened, this connection has formed, though whatever this creature is that has formed this connection hasn't utilized it to speak out to you yet, and it's clearly waiting to do that.
To most of the party, well, pretty much everyone, Brandon probably just look like he's pretty deep in thought as he's pressing his hand against this stone, but he's gonna kind of think in his mind, what are you?
We have met before, you and I.
You were the thing at the bottom of the ocean, weren't you?
Thing does not define me. Thing is a limitation.
And what is it you want from me now?
We want for nothing. Want is to live. Live is to not be. To be we are not.
So, what are you doing to me?
You touch a waystone placed by old listeners. You bring connection to me. I could ask same question of yourself.
I was interested. I recognized the symbols, and to hear your voice, I'm not entirely surprised, to be honest.
You were called, you heard the ripples along the water.
And the rest of them, the ones we're trying to find, are they connected to you?
Voices in the deep are not clear, muffled, always muffled. Listeners are rare to find, even rarer to select themselves. Some amongst the acolytes are listeners. None listen as clearly as yourself.
Then why are they doing what they're doing?
They act out instructions as they hear them. Distorted, muffled, always muffled. Sound under the sea, never same as sound in air.
So, do you want them to continue what they're doing?
Never reprimand, never hide, never seek to punish those who do as instructed to. You cannot blame the listener for mishearing what was not said clearly enough.
And I think with that, Baron would take his hand away from the waystone.
As you do so, it remains still more brightly illuminated. That doesn't stop, though you do feel that whatever connection you formed or made does become separated. You feel the kind of... I'm just going to use the word sanctity, but not quite sanctity. The separation of your mind is returned to you.
In the meantime, Geronimo would have been looking towards Brandon and going, yeah, I'm pretty sure that if all of us put our hands on this thing, is going to glow a bit brighter, and then maybe we'll find out what's going on.
I don't know. I don't really feel like touching it myself.
Well, I mean,
So-
we're after a cult, and touching weird-ass stones doesn't really seem like a great idea.
I'm not sure you'd want to touch it.
Oh! Why?
The same thing that spoke to me when I went below. It communicated again. A bit more of an insight, but I feel with... He kind of looks above to see if Derek and Rodolphus are watching. With that old kobold round,
Rodolphus is...
rather-
Ooh, sorry.
No, carry on.
Rodolphus is still out of sight, likely still hunkered down by the tree. Derek is within sight. If I were to put him accurately where he was on the board, he'd be like over here somewhere. He's definitely on the ledge and visible, though he is far enough away that if you talk kind of just slightly more quietly than standard talking volume, he wouldn't be able to hear you. And additionally, he seems to have pulled out a very small rickety spyglass, and he's currently looking way past you, the other side of this small gorge, as if trying to spot a creature or something. He seems very much caught up. Every now and again, you hear him call out to Rodolphus. Rodolphus, I think I see the tracks of one. They appear to head southwards. Mark that down, southwards. Just that kind of generic mumbling.
Yeah. He kind of lower his voice a bit. I don't want to have the kobold blood on our hands.
Wait, what do you mean, have its blood on your hands?
Well, if something comes and wipes him out, well, we said we'd protect him. And
Oh,
to be completely honest, those machine things scare me a bit.
that's fair. I suppose we can... Well, we know where it is now. Give me a moment, and Brandon is actually going to start like drawing out a short little map to this location from the mansion. You can probably... I mean, I've got cartographer's tools, and
Yeah. I mean, like,
Cool.
if you're doing it really quickly in the bottom of a gorge, like, it's not going to be a great map, but you have some
just
basic,
like general
some basic
directions.
basic directions and a few landmarks you spotted. That's easy to scribble out fairly quickly.
Okay.
Geronimo looks towards them and goes, yeah, that should help, because I pretty much remember the way here, so...
I would
Oh.
like to back, but maybe when we have more free time.
Yeah, so we can always come up after the hunt. He said he had another place to show us anyway.
Well, whatever we're chasing after, it seems that they've been here before, to say the least.
As long as we're following their footsteps, we're going to eventually get to the end of the trail, so...
As Geronimo says that, I would like a perception check from everybody.
Oh, no.
That's a 15.
There's a 15.
I just rolled the wrong thing.
What dice did you roll? Add your
I
multiplier.
think I rolled
instead.
deception.
And
You did, but you rolled a 19, so we'll keep the 19.
So it's an 18 because I got a -1.
Okay. You just check me. So. Okay. So, whilst you're having this conversation, you suddenly hear this kind of growling, clicking sound, this deep, throaty animal noise coming from the other side of the gorge. Emerging from behind the rocks, this powerful, almost wolf-shaped, but without a tail, creature pushes itself up and out. Its eyes are large and saucer-like, with great black pupils which seem to absorb in everything at once. Its mouth has these long, curled, hooked tusks that come up from the bottom of its jaw, almost up to in front of its eye, and then back towards where these very small, almost piggy ears flicker up and down, as if ever aware and present. The tail almost is so short it almost looks docked, though given the wildness of this creature, there is no way in hell that anybody managed to dock this thing. It moves quite silently over the grass. Only the sound of its throat, its roar, its growl, you can't really say what it was, suggests in any way that this thing is coming. But for Geronimo and Tara, and that's it. Yeah, for Geronimo and Atara, this is a surprise. And especially because from behind it, a second one emerges also. So if you'd like to look southwards.
What the hell is this?
See.
I hate it.
That's a moorbounder.
See.
Well, there's two of them.
Couple of moorbounders. And as we see said moorbounders, we are going to be going into a combat, and I would like initiative rolls from everyone, please.
Oh, God.
Oh, 14.
15.
Whilst
Oh,
we
wow,
quiet
right.
down the daytime forest noise, and instead go to our combat music. We are ready. These creatures are coming for you. They are wild. I need to roll for Derek and Rodolphus. I forgot they were not players. And we shall begin combat. Rodolphus is going first. Unfortunately, Rodolphus is prone and counted, for this round at the very least, as being very much surprised. He can do nothing. We instead move over to the bristled moorbounders, who have spied their prey. And they are coming. I shall double check their movement. 30, fantastic. And just double check that. There we go. Perfect. They are both going to go leaping down. The first jumping, almost from standing, right up in front of you, as the second one moves to hide behind a rock, almost seeming to curve its body around it to provide it with as much protection as possible, as it gets oh so close, and yet, I shall double check, but I don't think their reach is far enough. What is our reach? No, not quite far enough. It's a hair's breadth from you as we go to the combat tracker. Baron, you rolled what for your perception? 15? You are not surprised. You managed to hear these creatures before they made their way out and towards you. What would you like to do, Baron?
Baron is immediately gonna step up towards this big old creature and building himself up into a rage immediately, is gonna swing for it with the great axe
Okay.
for a 20 to
A 20 will absolutely hit. The 16 damage will be taken, and an additional
plus
of
3.
+3, of course. Perfect. A hefty swing from the great axe, hitting into the side of the beast. You drag the axe down and along, even as your mouth already begins to froth up and the roar is summoned to your breath like fire. The creature is most certainly taken the hit and backs away with this yowling growl as it swats at the axe to keep it from striking again and again, though most definitely you have made not a grievous but a heavy blow against this still very thick-flanked, tough, sinewy creature.
Cool. And I think he's just going to take another step forward being aware that it's kind of just him holding the front line without daggers this time.
Okay.
He's going to try and space it out as far as he can from the rest of the party.
Absolutely. Natara, you'll be up next, but unfortunately with a perception of 10, this thing has kind of come out of nowhere, and for this round at the very least you are counted as being surprised. So surprised has now ended for you, but unfortunately that does end your turn. Geronimo, you too are not quite with it. You and Natara both are in a little bit of shock just for this first few seconds, and are not able to quite throw yourselves into the combat. Derek is very much surprised. Unfortunately, it happens to the best of them. Brannon, however, you are not, I do not believe. No, you're not.
No.
You are able to act as normal this round.
Okay. How tall are these cliffs either side? I mean, around us?
About 15 to 20 feet, where depending on where you are. Further out, this kind of end, they're more like 15, but at this far point right at the worst here, they're about 20.
Okay, cool. So he is going to immediately run back. Sorry, I'm on the wrong thing.
That's all right.
Run back and cast Misty Step using his innate to get up to the top.
Go for it.
So he's out of the way. And then for his actions, cast Scorching Ray, all three on the one next to Baron.
Go for it. Lots of dice to rattle across the board. A 20 will hit, dealing the fire damage.
God, that's a lot of dice.
And that's a crit. That's going to miss,
Big damage.
and that will take the crit damage. Okay, so 3 beams of fire suddenly burst from your hands as you throw them down, sweeping your hands, doing your best you can to kind of drag the Scorching Ray across the creature, and doing your best to avoid the body of Baron as he continues to flail and throw himself into the fight with little compunction over his own safety. You miss Baron, and in fact 2 of your rays scorch and beam down across the creature, leaving these awful burning scars in great streaks across its flesh. The dark black fur, which shimmers with a slight blue hint to it, not a pure black, is just completely cindered up by the inferno, and by the time your fire has finished exploding from your hands, you can see that the creature that's now near to Baron is in a far worse state. The wounds from before paling to the awful burn marks which are all over its flesh.
Perfect. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Bringing us to the top of the round, Rodolphus is no longer surprised. He can stand up with a half action. He can actually only move... he actually has a very limited move because of all the stuff he's carrying. So he's going to make his way literally to there, and that's all of his movement. As I just need to double check his sheet because I don't believe he has anything super cool. No, not really. He is going to draw from the pack a fairly heavy looking crossbow and give it a shot. Rolling 17 to hit, which will hit, but dealing only 1 point of damage.
Oh, you'd love to see
Damn, this guy sucks.
Yeah, as Rodolphus fires off a bolt from this fairly large-looking crossbow that was slung across the pack. It hits down towards the paw of the thing, but it kind of more ricochets off of the flesh, rather than actually embedding, and just leaving a nasty scrape, nothing much more than that. That will be Rodolphus's turn. As we go to the Moorbounders, the first one right next to Baron there is suddenly going to be backed up by the second, which comes around and steps up towards him. Go on, there you go. With one on either side, you are now counted as flanked Baron. And they are going to make their multi-attacks.
Oh, Jesus.
They're getting a +2 to these rolls because we use my adjusted flanking rules, not the just straight advantage.
Mm-hmm. They can try.
They can try. They roll a 22.
Oh, they can hit. They
roll
can
a
hit.
23,
Yeah,
a 12, and an 18.
the 18 does, but the 12 doesn't.
Okay.
Nice try.
So, from the first roll, you will take 15 points of slashing,
Holy
halved
shit.
because of your rage. So, let's have half damage there. as the blades across the kind of flank of this creature almost seem to push outwards slightly as it slams into you with its whole body. As it does so, it then brings one of its paws round to try and claw at you, and dragging its claws across your body, it will deal an additional 6 points of damage. That is halved already. The next one coming up behind you. Wait, the 12 becomes a 14. Does 14 change it?
14 is my AC, so
It does change it, actually. Yep. Just remember that they get the +2. In which case, the blades from the other one will also strike into the back of you, dealing 5 points of damage following a half. And it too will then strike out with its claws, dealing another 5 points of damage. As the two creatures either side of you deal a heck of a lot of damage. In total, that is 15. That would be 28, that would be 39, that is 50 points of damage, halved to 25 overall.
What the?
Holy shit.
You are eviscerated, bloodied. There are cuts and grazes and wounds all over your flesh, Baron, but you do still stand. And as you do still stand, their turn comes to an end. It is, in fact, your turn now.
Yeah, and kind of realizing stepping up probably wasn't the best idea. He's going to take the step back.
Okay.
And then just try and strike out at the one that's looking most beat up, trying to take that one down
That
first.
would be the one on the left. Well, I think,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it, but if you zoom in real far, you can see it's bloodied right now.
It's bloodied.
It is,
It's
you can see
looking
he's got some nice wounds all over his flesh there.
Let's whack him. For 13.
13 to hit, unfortunately will not, and whilst certainly not taken down by your injuries, you have been slowed, perhaps just by the sheer force of the impact of these two creatures. The axe, unfortunately, will not miss the target, but will be deflected quite deftly by a great paw from one of these creatures.
Yeah, I think Baron will grit bloodied teeth, kind of just grumbling to himself as he digs his feet into the ground, just trying to stand his ground against them.
Natara, we go to you, who are no longer surprised. You can act. These creatures have leapt out of nowhere, and they have done a number on your friend.
They have. So, she looks over at Geronimo, and she's pretty sure Geronimo is gonna make Tank help people next round. Yeah, she's definitely sure that he's going to do that. So she's gonna cast Moonbeam.
Okay. Place your moonbeam down.
Bam, bam.
Wham, bam, indeed. Have you placed it directly on the thing? Yeah, you
Yeah,
have.
I
That's
did.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to check that was the
Big
the thing.
boys.
Yeah, that's nice. Constitution saving throw from the Moorbounder against your DC of 14. It rolls a 17, so I believe that's half damage.
Yeah,
Yes, half damage. So the creature will begin to shimmer and ashen as it is burned by the strange, almost celestial moon energy that begins to illuminate down from seemingly a source somewhere in the sky. But the creature is strong, it's tough. Despite the injuries, it still has quite a lot of life in its eyes, and it doesn't have nearly the same burning effect that you have seen previously. As I will apply the half damage. Though this creature is just not doing well in general, it has been heavily focused and is bearing a great deal of wounds. Anything else?
That's it.
Geronimo.
Alright, first of all, Geronimo is terrified of these things that have just suddenly appeared, so he's going to move 5, 10, 15 here.
Yep.
No, actually, no, he's going to go 20. He's going to go here on the other side. What he's going to do then, as an action, he's going to bring Tank out, and much like Natara guessed, he's going to drop Tank out into support mode.
Okay, is he going in front of you there? There?
Yeah, in front of me, yeah.
Okay, in support mode. So roll those dice, and basically you, Natara, and Baron will be taking the temp hit points.
So you
A lot
get
of dice.
9 temporary hit points.
9 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
It's just that doesn't count for me, does it?
No, you are not within the 10 feet range.
Oh, it's 10 feet.
Nice.
Yeah, it's only 10 feet.
I ain't dying yet.
Okay, anything else, Geronimo?
I don't think there's anything else I can do, so that's me.
That's right, so Tank has popped out. His nozzle is pointing upwards, and rather than exploding with gunpowder smoke and cacophonous force, instead his nozzle is pointed upwards as he lets out this strange kind of pulse of white healing energy, which seems to just temporarily knit together those injuries that are on Baron's skin, as we go to Derek and Jacobin, and the few little things that he can do when he's feeling so inclined. Okay. He makes his way around. 5, 10, 15, about 20 there. And gets himself a good angle on the nearest moorbounder. Lifting up his short bow, he pulls it back with these kind of shaky, weedy little arms, and then he suddenly holds quite steady, his aim falling quite true, as he seems to mutter something in Draconic. And as he does so, he releases the arrow, which, mid-flight, burns up into this bolt of fire. Unfortunately, his aim's not quite true, as he rolls a 12, and it hits the ground just in front of the moorbounder, but he seems to have a little magic left in him, as he seems to begin raining down these fiery bolts towards the creature from his short bow, though that unfortunately is his turn, as we go to Brannon.
Okay, Brannon is going to move along the cliff, better view, and at the bloodied one is going to throw a magic missile out, upcast. So it's 4, I think?
Yes. If you're going up one level, it's basically one more magic missile. Okay, and that's all aimed at the... Well, I heard all at the injured one, so...
Yeah, one sec, I'm just... Oh, that's wrong. That should be 13, 14, 15, 16, because it's 1d4 plus 1 for each bolt. That's only done 4d4 plus 1.
Yep, so it's actually 16. That's fine. Even the 13 will be enough to kill the creature, as the kind of pirouetting kinetic darts fly out from your hands one at a time as you flick your wrists. They spiral through the air almost like biplanes, sweeping and diving, seemingly taking these strange concentric nonsensical routes until eventually slamming into the creature with quite hefty force. It throws the beast this way and that, and with the last couple of bolts you hear the bones crack under the pressure. There is a great groan and a roar as the creature spits up blood almost onto Baron, pulling itself away as if to try and escape, and then collapsing as if the life energy within it just cannot maintain it any longer. Seems dead. Anything else?
Nope, that's the end of my turn.
Bringing us to Rodolphus, who is going to try and do his thing again, as he fires the heavy crossbow at the one still standing, and rolls very poorly. A 10 will not hit, so this bolt unfortunately doesn't even hit. But Rodolphus is trying and begins to crank back the mechanism on his heavy crossbow once more. As we go to the moorbounders, the one still remaining strangely doesn't seem put off by the fall of its comrade, and in fact continues to push forward, this time trying to bash bodily into Natara as it turns to swipe at Baron. Natara taking the blades, Baron taking the claws.
Uh-oh.
Natara, you have an AC of? Never mind, it doesn't matter, I just got the dice through, it was a nat 20. You will be taking 21 points of slashing damage as this creature body checks you. It's a hard hit, knocks the wind out of you, and additionally you feel as these blades push through your armour and perforate you like a porcupine. As the creature... I'll add it to your thing there for you. Apply normal damage.
Well,
That's fine, it'll deal with the temporary.
Thank you very much.
As it comes away from you, although you are still very much standing, this wasn't a particularly deep evisceration, your body still feels jabbed all over. It's like a very bad case of acupuncture, as all over your hands, your arms, your chest, you begin to feel the small trickles of blood coming from the multitude of wounds. As it spins away to then slash at Baron, it rolls a 21 to hit, dealing 15 halved down to 7 damage.
Cool.
Dragging its claws along your barbarian, we move on to the turn of Baron himself.
Yeah, and Feeling slightly reinvigorated from Tank's healing energy, Baron is going to lift the great axe once more, trying to make a real big dent into this thing, as he's going to swing the great axe with reckless attack, and we'll go for the great weapons master thing as well.
Okay,
minus
so
5, but
minus 5,
damage.
but we'll add 10 to the damage. So 21. Wait, no, that was my roll. Whoops.
Oh, that's awful.
A 10 with advantage minus 5 is a 5, so unfortunately that won't hit. This thing doesn't have a 0 on dex, so it won't hit. Yeah, you're swing pretty damn recklessly, and this creature is still unharmed. It moves quite deftly out of the way as you leave yourself quite vulnerable and open to strike. As we move on to the turn of Natara, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect, okay.
It's gonna move her moonbeam. Although this pleb of a creature that just slashed at her. I think you have to move it though. I don't think I can.
I think you can. You should be able to. I don't really know where you placed it.
It's right underneath it, like that. You can't.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't
Oh, no, there we go. No, I was on the wrong thing. Whereabouts are you moving it to?
onto the other creature that just slashed at her.
Okay. As it moves over, it is required to make...
Do you want me to roll damage?
Yeah, please do. Because even if it passes, it's going to take half. I know your DC is a 14, which means it just passes, though I still will need to see the damage so that I can apply the half.
Fuck all.
10 halved is 5, so as the moonbeam shifts over again, these creatures, they appear to have, they are fairly constitutional. They look like fairly tough, healthy looking creatures. These aren't like the goblins that you fought before where they kind of fall apart with a stiff breeze. These things are well put together, and yeah, unfortunately just targeting that kind of that pure raw strength and endurance just isn't doing much to this thing.
Well, I can't really move because it will get an attack of opportunity, so I guess I'm just going to stay here.
Absolutely fine. That is a maybe perhaps sensible thing to do. Geronimo, we're over to you.
This one's dead, right? The other
That one is very much dead, yeah. Hasn't moved for some time.
Okay, Geronimo is going to look towards the still standing one, and it looks fairly fresh.
Yes.
So he's going to think to himself what to do. What does this do? Okay, right, as an action, he is going to bring his tools up to him and muttering in Gnomish as he kind of like basically squirts out this sort of oil that eventually turns into some sort of like glowing sort of energy as he casts Fairy Fire.
Ooh. Place that down where it's going.
Yeah, let me click it. And it's going to be going... Yeah.
Perfect. A dexterity saving throw on behalf of the creature. Unfortunately, we'll roll an 18. And so as the fairy fire goes down, it tries to linger and encircle the creature, but it's moving too quickly. Its form is shifting too much. The fairy fire isn't able to settle on the beast, and so unfortunately the spell will have no effect.
Okay. And then as a bonus action, Tank will again pulse with energy. And we'll go for temporary hit points.
Okay, roll those dice.
Another 9.
Yep, so Notara and Baron can go back up to 9 temporary hit points. 9, I think, is the same you rolled before, so Geronimo, yours remain exactly the same. And we will move on to the turn of Derek, who is going to turn his bow onto the remaining Moorbounder as he tries to shoot this one also with a bolt of fire. Not Rodolphus, it's Derek. I keep closing his sheet by mistake. Firebolt. Oh, that's a nat 1. So he's going to miss, quite painfully, as the bolt of fire strikes into the stone behind the Moorbounder. Though from above you hear him call out quite loudly, That's it, get the fella, let's get it down! Take that, you Moorbounder! But that will be the end of his turn, as we go to Brannon.
Brannon is going to throw out a firebolt at the last one. And miss completely.
Yeah, another firebolt will go missing as this too strikes into the stone behind the creature. It is irate, aggravated, and moving around quickly.
But that's it. You haven't got anything else.
Okay, we go back to the top of the round. Rodolphus, all he can do is shoot. Pew pew, he goes. Pew pew. An 18 will hit to deal another 1 point of damage.
Wow, so good.
I think his bolts are made of rubber because they keep bouncing off this thing, leaving little scratches. But that's all. As we go to the Moorbounder's turn, which is actually this time going to body check Baron and swipe at Natara.
Oh, no.
So Baron first, Natara second. Baron, that is an 8 to hit, which I believe will not hit you.
That doesn't hit.
Yeah. And Natara, that is a 15 to hit.
That's amazing.
Which means it does hit, and you will take 13 points of slashing damage as the creature swipes out to you with these great claws and continues to tear through your clothing and tear the flesh beneath. It is also...
Stuck in the... starts its turn in the moonbeam.
It does, so it needs to make a saving throw, which means... Where is the con? There it is. Saving throw. Roll your damage, because again, it's going to take something. It rolls a 14. So it is going to take 4 points of radiant damage as it continues to ash and burn slowly in the moonbeam. It doesn't seem to really be paying it much attention, though there is clearly some damage being dealt over time to this thing. As we move on to Baron himself, who managed to avoid... Wait, it was with advantage with the blades, wasn't it? Because you attacked recklessly.
No.
Yeah, you did. And it in fact then rolled a 16, which means you take the damage. Halved takes it down to 6 points of damage.
It's nothing.
Yeah, nothing. So you do take a slight graze, a brush with the blades of death, but nothing worse than what you've taken before, for sure. As we do move over to your turn.
Right. Let's give it another try. I can take a couple hits, I think.
Okay.
Let's give it a big old smash with everything again.
Go on, smash.
Come on.
Yeah.
So
A 21
16
drops
hit.
down to a 16. A 16 will hit it. So that 6
Yes.
becomes a 16, and plus 3 for the rage, it becomes a 19. So rather than do all that there, I'll just do it myself. Take 20 off, that's 22. Okay, so that is a hefty chunk of damage. This creature is almost swept off its feet by the force of the blow. As you drive your axe into the side of its head, there is an awful open wound running just from the top of its head behind its eye all the way down to its jaw, and it actually chips one of the great tusks on the side. The creature looks dazed, it's shaky, it's not so certain on its legs. But as you withdraw the axe to go for a second blow, it still seems to have some of its wits around it. It can still strike, it's still a danger, it's still on its feet. Anything else?
That's gonna be it.
Natara, we're over to you.
Natara's going to cast Cure Wounds on herself.
Yourself a little pat down.
You give me a little pat down.
Yeah. Dry, dust yourself off. Okay, those warm energies dealing 10 points of healing, which I shall add to your sheet there. Okay, so as your wounds begin to knit Natara them back together, you're feeling a lot more stable, a lot more safe. The blood has stopped weeping so freely from your injuries. What next?
We can do much more. The moonbeam is still there, but you know.
It is, but that's on its turn. So, Geronimo, we're over to you.
Okay, Geronimo's had enough. He's tried to help his friends, so now he's going to reach down. He picks up a little pebble from the little pool in the river they're in, and hefting it with some magical power, he's going to catapult it towards the creature in between Natara and Baron.
Perfect, that's a dexterity saving throw, so let me check what it rolls. What's your DC?
I will let you know in a second. I think it's 14.
It rolled a 16.
Oh, man.
no.
So with that path, it will just strike into the rocks behind the creature. Again, it's moving very quickly as you kind of levitate the rock in your hand, almost swirling it around in the air. You throw one hand forward and the rock flies out at a razor-sharp speed, pirouetting through the air, but just almost catching the hair of the creature as it lowers itself down. The reaction's far faster than normal man's. It has rolled really well on its saving throws.
It has, yeah. That was a huge amount of damage. Holy fuck.
It's routinely rolled 14s and higher on saving throws. Its attacks haven't been perfect, but saving throws have been pretty good.
And then, as a bonus action, Tank is going to pulsate once more. With
Pulsate
his,
that tank, please.
Tank's the real carrier of this group.
He absolutely is. So for anyone who's lost temporary hit points, you can go back up to 6 if you're down there. For Geronimo,
I won't replace because I've still got 9.
you've got 9, so there's no need to replace. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Derek is going to do what he does best, which is probably miss. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he'll strike the thing.
He's gonna miss.
I believe.
He is rolling a 15, which will hit.
I believe.
Yes!
He will deal 6 points of fire damage as he fires another shot off, this one bursting into flames and actually catching the shoulder of the creature, which growls and roars, seemingly unhappy with this new kind of fire attack. It itself hasn't felt the burn of those scorching rays, and so this burn on its skin is a brand new sense of pain, which just adds to those already stacking up. We will then go to Brennan.
He's gonna throw his magic missile.
Upcast or nah?
He doesn't have any slots left.
Okay.
Oh, that's not great.
7 points of damage. It's not great. Those missiles will strike with a heavy impact, and you can hear the creature groan and whine, and it begins to backstep slightly. But it's still on its feet, still holding itself together.
And that's everything for him.
Okay, we go up to Rodolphus, who is going to fire with a heavy crossbow. He is going to... Is that what I think it is? That's an @20. Holy shit.
Yo!
It's something.
Yo.
Rodolphus, the man of the hour. I don't know how I say, how do you want to do this to myself?
Wow.
We'll say it. How do
you want to do this?
I mean, I guess it is. I mean, Rodolphus, who has been fumbling a lot, still trying to catch his breath for some time, turns the crossbow, and following the kind of very rapid dodge from Geronimo, and the fact that the creature's attention is really focused on the people in front of it, doesn't seem to notice the clanging of pots and shifting of camping gear as Rodolphus takes aim, dropping almost to one knee to steady himself. The bolt fires out with a twang, and there is a thud and a spray of blood around the creature's head as the bolt travels straight in through the top of its skull and bursts out the bottom of its jaw. Brains and grey matter just droop, falling out as its mouth falls open, seemingly unable to comprehend or believe that it's dead. Although it is dead before it even hits the ground, as he deals 20 points of damage.
Holy shit.
Ooh,
Damn,
he went from dealing 1s to a crit and a 20 on max on both dice.
It's such a shame that my catapult did not hit because I would have one-tapped it.
You would have one-tapped it.
You...
21.
Yeah, but it's already taken an extra 7 from Blanc.
Oh,
No, you would have one-tapped it. You would have. But as the thing does slump to the ground, very much dead, very much out of it, can safely say that we will be leaving combat.
Who didn't die?
One died.
Yes.
Victory is ours.
Victory
Huzzah.
screech.
Huzzah!
Yubnub,
Yeah, we did it, guys. We won.
Yubnub plays in the ears of all present.
Yes!
Yupna.
No.
No, I will not be playing Yubnub. I'm sure that's actually copyrighted, and it's the saddest
sure
thing in the
it is.
world.
Nub should definitely be free.
It should free the
Hashtag
Yub,
free Yubnub.
free Yubnub.
Free Yubnub.
Free Yubnub for victory music. But the fight draws to a close. The heavy breathing of Lord Darek and Rodolphus above you as the creatures begin to leak this crimson blood into the water around you, staining the crystal clear spring with their ebbing life energy. battered, bruised, certainly bleeding in the case of Barrand, but very much alive. You guys have survived an encounter with 2 moorbounders.
Nice.
Powerful.
What would you like to do?
Immediately, kind of after seeing the second one drop, Baron's gonna take a few moments to kind of break himself out of his rage before dropping to his knees, just in the stream. He probably doesn't really care. Grabbing the head of the one that was first slain and bringing up one of the smaller hand axes that he keeps at his side, trying to carve out the tusks of the moorbounder.
Sure, give me a medicine or a survival.
That I can do. Front 8.
An 8's not great. Working at the skull of the first one, you make a hell of a job of it. Moorbound is not something you've fought before. They are not native to Midden Fair, though creatures like them have been fought before. Even so, you're a little bit wavy from the loss of blood, and your attention's not all there, and you're a little bit excited because, you know, it's a new trophy. You kind of have to bash apart the whole skull in order to get the tusks out of its jaw, as they don't seem to kind of fit into your understanding of teeth or tusks as you've taken them before. You manage to get one relatively intact, though the bottom is all jagged and broken. The other one, however, which had already taken damage anyway from your axe, is essentially shattered to being nigh irrecoverable. In fact, as you're working, you hear the slow gasping and call of Derek from above you as he waves the short bow down towards you. Listen, leave the other one. I would like that. Thank you.
You can have the other one. Not necessarily in agreement, but there's more than one, so your daughter wanted the body, didn't she?
We shall see if we can get her both, but the tusks are mine. I'll be taking the skull of that one. He looks quite proud of himself as he peers down, seemingly either unawares or just not caring about the fact that he did next to nothing in this fight.
Oh, you're welcome to it. I got what I wanted. And he kind of, after taking the tusk and for now just stuffing it into a pocket, takes a few moments kind of rubbing his head, trying to kind of bring his senses back to after feeling a bit dazed.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. In which case, as you guys slowly reconvene around the bodies, ready to collect and make do with everything you've got, you look around at this wonderful natural environment. You see the joy on Derek's face, the eagerness but exhaustion on Rodolphus's, the collection of you guys coming together, that exhilaration of having survived an encounter with creatures that clearly wanted your blood. It is exciting. There is life here, as well as death. And the natural world has brought this to you. Geronimo, you might look around at the scene, perhaps be inspired, perhaps despise it. But certainly it's something to look at. Especially important because as you do so, you peer out across the gorge up to the far side where I mentioned that water emerging from, a little ways to the south. And peering up the gorge, you catch a sight of a tree. Quite a grand old tree with kind of winding, almost contorted trunk. Something, the sort of thing that kids have been climbing for years. They tell their kids about it and their kids climb on the tree. That sort of tree. And just for the briefest of moments, one of the branches shifts, and you could have sworn saw the features of an olive-skinned elf. And that is where we're going to call this session.
Oh. Olive-skinned elf.
Lethal.
He's here!
Not
Yes! Yes!
He escaped super hell and he came to follow the other party.
They
Was that-
have frogs. It's at your feet.
You didn't see any army of frogs descending the tree.
You
Yeah.
got my frogs. I see.
Still, that was a pretty good session. We can go through some after session stuff before we go and send a raid out to someone else. So, with regards to bonds, do people feel like they have solved, not solved?
Yes, solved.
I haven't put any of yours up, Jake, but I know you've sent me them.
Yeah, but I have a
Did I-
long-term one.
You
Did I
do.
Did I send you mine?
I have no idea.
Is it charm a kobold?
No.
Hell of a long-term bond. Brandon seems to use spells as well, but from a different source. I'll learn about his magical history. Yeah.
And then he went to magical school, and that he uses in the capital, and he uses a book which to write down the spells and utilize them from, because he can't remember them all. So it feels like pretty much most of his magical history.
It's a pretty good summary of a wizard class.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen him using spells for quite a while as well. So.
Yeah, and he's explained the importance of the book. Yeah, I like it.
Mhm.
If you're happy with it too, Brandon.
Yeah, happy with it.
Okay, I'll move that to solved, and I'll update it with your shorter narrative because I think you did send me them, but I haven't put them on our little private thingy. I think, Gavin, you did send me a short term, or maybe you didn't, and I'm just making it up and making you sound better than you actually are.
No, the only thing you didn't do was move it into the solved section. I haven't sent you a new one. Because it was the money one.
So I did move that to that. Oh my god, I'm crazy. That's fine. I'll get that sorted. That's fine. I'll get it sorted at some point. But yeah, that's fine. So you didn't send me a new one, so that's fine. I can leave that blank. Jake, I'll update yours whenever, but that's fine. Obviously, Jensen didn't solve any because he's not here.
Got
Gideon?
him.
Yeah. No. Cool. Okay. So no one else feels they've solved anything?
No.
Don't think so.
Fantastic. In which case, we have pretty much finished the session. So, for anybody still watching, thank you for staying with us. As always, this will be going up on YouTube. I think we're almost caught up following our messing up of schedules. We're almost there. So, obviously, you can go and gather all of that, and this should be out by next Monday next week, in time for us to get started with something on Tuesday. We've come down with a kind of final list of the extra streams we're going to be doing, and we will have dates and announcements for that to go up probably by next week. We may not have dates tonight, but we will next week. And we've got some exciting stuff. We're going to play a few games, we're going to do a few one-shots, and it should be a lot of fun. And then hopefully we can get to affiliate, and then random people will stop asking us if we are.
It's the only reason we're doing it. Stop asking questions.
Stop asking questions. Everyone is like, I'd like to support you. No, don't support us. We don't need support.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. We want no money whatsoever. Speaking of people who aren't affiliates, let's go see if we can find another D&D channel that we might like to support, who are on at the same time as us.
Just looking at, there's two that I was looking at, which is The Realm of Sadir, Episode 6, Dicing with Danger, or Sir Lima Beans, Minor Illusion, D&D 5e.
Where are we looking for?
They're slightly below us.
I was looking at Prismatic Agent, D&D time, because I like what's going on there.
Can't see any of these.
Maybe we refresh.
Dicing with Danger, I found The Realm of Sadir, Episode 6. Oh, Prismatic D&D time, Horde of the Dragon Queen. Horde of the Dragon Queen, Session 4. That artwork is looking pretty fire. What was the other one you said, Jake? You had Dicing with Danger. Jack?
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Minor Illusion, Sir Lima Beans is the name.
Sir Lima Beans.
Where's the one that Gavin talked about? I didn't see
It's right underneath Realm of Sadir, at least on how I can see it. I can't see your Sir Lima Beans. I think you're crazy.
If you just Control F search.
Yeah, I see. D&D Horde of the Dragon Queen, right?
No, I see.
Yeah,
I can't see Sir Lima Beans, so it clearly can't be them.
No, never mind.
That's fine. We can do Realm of Sadir or Horde of the Dragon Queen. What are we feeling? Are we feeling a pre-written or a homebrew?
Umber.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
realm
however the
of
homebrew.
Homebrew would be the realm of Sadir, because Horde of the Dragon Queen is like the first 5e adventure module.
Okay.
So, stick with us, go into said raid, and make sure we say nice things. And it's dicing with danger. They get to hear my cringy typing.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
Dicing
All
with
about that.
danger, absolutely. Go into the raid, make sure you say hello, spread some love, leave some follows if they're sounding pretty good, and we shall be back next week. So, bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Ta-ta.
Ta-ta.